Hello, everyone. How's everybody doing this weekend? Oh my goodness. Yeah, today we're going to be doing a little bit of a change of pace. We're going to be starting the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. This has been a game that I've been eagerly wanting to get to. Like, we've been through the entire Ace Attorney saga. From Ace Attorney Trilogy to the Ace Investigations, and then Apollo Justice Trilogy, and now we're finally here, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Now, as the title states, I have never played this game ever, so I'm super eager to see what we're going to be in for. I don't know anything. I've only seen tiny clips of like little bits and pieces here and there, but for the most part, it wasn't anything like what do you call it? Wasn't anything that was going to like spoil anything. It was just like someone talking to somebody, and that was about it. I'm like, oh my goodness, I don't want to see any more of this. Hi, Dark Guide. How are you doing? You having a good day? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're gonna be starting this game. It's gonna be fun. Like, I'm super eager to see what kind of cases and what kind of shenanigans we're to be expecting. I don't know anything. I don't really know anything about this game other than the fact that it was created by the original writer of the Ace Attorney trilogy. Like, that's about as far as I know about this game. I don't know anything about the main characters. I don't know anything about like the side characters, any of that. Don't know any of it. So yeah, this is going to be my very first blind playthrough of this game. So I'm super eager to see what to expect. You're in for a treat. Ooh, hi, Couscous. How are you doing? You having a good day? I learned something about my boss. Oh, what'd you learn? Are they evil? I'm gonna go to work tomorrow on day off to write a user manual on some software. Ah, interesting. Really crazy. Hi, Amazing Links. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. You having a good day? Hope you are. We're going to be starting a new game. We're going to be starting the Great Ace Attorney. This is going to be a blind playthrough. I need to tell everybody about this. This is going to be a blind playthrough. So I am super intrigued on what we're going to play. Hi, Bird. Sister, hi, Pera. How are you doing? How's Rita? Is she having a good day? How's she been? Oh, let's see. Over this bus de mucho tiempo. Hi. From the designers, I learned that engineers on my team are actively avoiding him. Oh? Uncle Parrot busy now. Oh, hi, Rita. I hope you're having a good day. Like, you enjoying your weekend so far? Oh yeah, we're gonna be starting a story game. I kind of wish that Para was here because this is gonna be a story-based game. I'm mostly just gonna be reading the story basically. So if you're interested in like reading stories, this is probably gonna be interesting. But I don't know if this is gonna be child appropriate. I am me helpful with Uncle Para. I keep finding his things. Oh my goodness, Detective Rita on the case. Detective Colonel Rita. I love story. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. And this is gonna be my first time reading it too, so it's gonna be fun. I can't wait to see what the story is gonna be. All right. And with that, we're gonna be jumping into the game. So let us go. Also, for some reason, I can't hear this. Give me a second. I'm pretty sure there was supposed to be sound. You know what? Let me reload the game real fast because I can't hear anything. All right, let me go. Boop boop boop. Yeah, I just noticed there was like no sound whatsoever. Guess how Rita got me in trouble with both my CEO and my mother and her mother? Oh my goodness. Did you find another thing? Alright, there you go. Now we have sound. Let me go ahead and increase the sound a little bit. But yeah, we're gonna be starting a new story. At this point, just let her become the military's boss? Wait, what? Alright. But yeah, we're gonna be starting a new story. It's a story-based game where I'm mostly just gonna be reading. However, this is mostly gonna revolve around like a murder case, but with like mostly a lighthearted atmosphere. From what I've read from the other stories. She found a new pet dog. Alright, let's see. I'm actually curious. How many? Oh, it is 2. Okay. Alright, we're gonna be starting from the beginning.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Oh my goodness.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Wait, aren't we this character? Oh my goodness, wait, are we already involved in a murder? Oh my goodness. The Adventure of the Great Departure. Uncle Para the crocodile in river are called swamp puppies, but I can pet swamp puppies. Uncle Para said too dangerous. Oh my goodness. Alright. So yeah, Para, I was actually gonna say it was probably gonna be better for Rita to be watching this if you were present, since this game series usually revolves around murder cases. There isn't any like graphic scenes for the most part. Oh yeah. I was just hoping that you would be kind of okay. It's mostly gonna be story though. So there isn't any sort of like action or anything for the most part. But then again, I actually don't know anything else about this game other than what I know about the series as a whole. This is going to be my very first blind playthrough of the game. So yeah, as long as she doesn't rat me out to her mom again. Oh my goodness. All right. So here we are. We just started the game, and right now our character is involved with a murder of somebody in some restaurant. And it looks like he was caught with the gun. Also, I just noticed there's some weird, I noticed something weird in like the opening cutscene where it kind of looks like it's a mix of like feudal Japan and like, I don't know, like a mix of like Britain or London. Because you saw like all the rickshaws like that, and like you see the rickshaws, the kimonos, and then you also see like some people wearing like really nice like outfits, suits and stuff. And it's like what time period is this? Hi, not so sneaky. Welcome to the stream. We're starting the great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I thought suicidal and murder cries a lot, but at least she's eating properly, and that's actually really good. I'm glad to hear that. But yeah, like it's interesting to see like the scenery so far. I'm a little confused as to like what time this is supposed to be, because not only is it like feudal, but apparently there's like a gun, like the type of gun in this scene. I don't know what time period would be appropriate for it, so it's interesting to like kind of like piece together what time this is. All right, here we go. 22nd November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Oh my goodness, that is a word. Defendants Antechamber 5. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate. Bum, 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 bum. What? Oh, no, nothing. Savior glares. Murder! Oh my goodness. I actually like twisted my head so much that my headphones actually fell off my head. Sorry. Gomenasai. My name is Ryunosuke Naharudo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yomei University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. Nani? It's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. Oh my goodness, look, his ribbon is floating. We're indoors. How's there a breeze in here? And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. Wait. We're being defended we're being defended by a student? Oh my goodness. Is this the prequel? Not entirely. If anything, Ryunosuke Harudo is supposed to be like a distant descendant of Phoenix Wright. It's not exactly a prequel. So yeah, it's kind of a story in itself, but I don't super know just how related it is to the main series. Descendant? Yeah. Well, actually, no, not descendant. Ancestor. That's the word. That's the word. Phoenix Wright is the descendant. This is the ancestor. My bad. You cannot train Yamada you cannot train Cinderella's Aire. Oh my goodness. Listen. Both of those, they are natural, okay? They're built into the sequence. Also, I just realized that my computer screen is way over here. There we go. Now I can read. I'm staring in the far distance. I'm like, why is the computer screen all the way over there? Okay, let's see. And yet I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yumi University professor murdered in cold blood by student. Oh, so we murdered a university, professor. Probably for the best. The professors are usually they're usually sus of all sorts of things. You should never trust a university professor. I'm just kidding, by the way. But obviously you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me, I didn't do it. I can never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean, I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yomei University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old here in Japan anyway. Wait, so this is a brand new thing? This is the one of the first lawyers to exist in Japan. Oh my goodness. This is gonna be so scary. Stand tall and unfold yourself, Ryunosuke. Oh. Let's see, officers still carry katanas of probably 1900s Imperial Japan. I see. Wait, does that mean that they should have like the revolver that was involved in the case? I don't know if you saw the little animatic, but like they had like a little revolver pistol. Like the one with like the really short barrel and it has like the revolver like slot thing for like the bullets and stuff. It kind of like the British, to be honest. My qualifications don't mean much yet. You said exactly the same thing three days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Oh, flashback time! Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you. I'm proud of your friend. Wait, where's he going? Is he going to the States or is he going to London or where is he going exactly? Another quote, friends, Romans, and countrymen, lend me your ears. Julius Caesar. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura bellowing around his temple. I want to bring about a change in our legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. Oh, so he is going to Britain. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. Oh, interesting. Okay. So right now the law is still kind of like mixed. In Japan? And lawyers are now being inducted into the legal system instead of like a trial of like your peers or something. It's like, oh my goodness, we're just going to exterminate you, blah blah blah. British Empire? I'm guessing this is slightly different from like real world. Anywho, so like right now, like everywhere else except Japan probably had lawyers and stuff. And so now they're gonna be like learning from other countries in order to implement it into their society. And if anything, this is probably gonna be like one of the very first trials, including a lawyer. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you wait, we're in a Western-style restaurant in Japan? Interesting. Japan open to foreigners, so should be after the Imperial Revolt? I see. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know if they're open to foreigners. If anything, they're going to London. But then again, they do have a Western-style like restaurant in Japan, so maybe they are open to foreigners. Or if somebody just like went to like some sort of foreign area, saw something, they're like, you know what, these burgers and French fries taste absolutely delicious. I'm going to take the recipes and all the ideas back home, and I'm going to open up my own restaurant in Japan. It's going to be new. It's going to be fantastic. Nobody will have ever seen what a burger is. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. During feudal Japan was completely cut off from every other country other than 2 ports. They were all in decline at that time. Both are broke even if they are superpower. May I have a word? Oh my goodness, cute! Who's she? And who's this guy? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Oh, he's a professor. Okay. Oh, hi Dashin, how are you doing? You having a good day? Welcome to the stream. I want to take notes of this since it's a fictional story. Like, if you're taking notes, you can't blame me for, like, any misinformation. Like, but the bird women on the internet told me this is how things were in the past. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now, Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. Oh? Why the judge's chambers? To His Excellency's chamber? Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I'd seen him at university before. I mean, he did call him professor, so I would imagine that he was part of the university. She might use him, but he hears. I shall accompany you. My goodness, she's so cute. I really like her kimono. It's so cute. Oh, you guys can't see. Look at her kimono. Isn't it so cute? I think it's adorable. I will see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Ooh. Oh my goodness, awkward silence. Oh my goodness. Hi? Why is he here? Oh my goodness, he just... Oh my goodness, he just tilted his head towards me. I swear, this would actually be how awkward it would be if I was with a stranger. Like, I would just be like, and then they would just slowly pan to me, and I'll be like, oh my goodness, don't interact, look away. If I may, oh no, he's smiling, he's a creep. If you see that last never trust that man. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikoto Taba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yumi University. Forensic medicine? Nani? So he's a forensics officer? Ah, Professor Mikoto Taba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, you've been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma's studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. Why does he know so much about us? As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked. Oh no, we're actually the crutch to we're actually the gateway to him studying abroad. And never granted again. Well, on the bright side, we're not guilty, I would assume we're not guilty. Could you imagine if the story revolved around us and it was like the very first case, it was us getting away with murder? Oh my goodness, that would be the most hilarious beginning to a story ever. What? Ah, as I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He agreed to defend me knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? Well, all he has to do is not fail. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. You know what? This does have a little bit of British. I mean, look at how they spell favor. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Oh? Wait. Is he gonna be the prosecutor? Are we supposed to fight him? It was a wild hairline. Sorry, what do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? I mean, we're the defendant. What are we supposed to do? Naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. Wait, what? I do? But what will the question be? Surely not, do you accept accusations brought before you? I don't know, that sounds really sus. He just said, I do, and it's like, do you admit that you are the criminal? I do, sir, I do. Like, with all of my heart, I do. Wait, what did you just say? I do. Are you getting married? I don't know. Maybe that's a trick. Maybe that's a trick. Maybe he's like trying to hook us up with the judge. The judge is like, will you marry me? And the first thing I say is, I do. Wait. Defendant. Oh, Nani? Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. But what about my lawyer? We didn't really get to talk. It would seem our serendipitous discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asugi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Wait, what? Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway! Oh my goodness, these bailiffs are so harsh. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over, and what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance at proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. "9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Courtroom number 2. So this is a courtroom. Oh my goodness, why are these so free? Ooh, this looks really nice. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms are in there. Wait, so we're not even in a courtroom of our peers? We're in a courtroom of military personnel with extreme prejudice? The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to the ordinary members of the public. Doesn't that mean that this is just a formality and we're already declared guilty? Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now. You need to concentrate, Rinosuke. It's about to begin. Oh my goodness. It's Winston Tane! The court will now hear the trial of Rinosuke Harinohodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. Rita Auntie Aire here is here for finances. Probably she is a good role model. What do you mean? Why would you assume that? Oh no. No, he's lying. I'm not giving finances. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. Wait, what? That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? Oh my goodness, does that mean this is it? This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, simply, does that mean we have to defend ourselves? You know what? I'm just gonna answer I do. Excellently, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear. Annie. The way he rose his hand. He's just standing there, he's like... I want Auntie Aire to teach me. Oh my goodness. She's a good writer, so you can learn from her in that regard. I do like writing a bit, so if you like writing, if anything, reading stories is a good way to like learning how to write. I will marry you. Oh my goodness. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Haruno, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of sailing abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? What? No! Why did you say that? Oh my goodness. No, it's not that really. It's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear it to be the reason that you... Yes, I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. But oh my goodness. She's humble for a 6-year-old, she's a great reader and writer on top of her... Oh, interesting. Sacrifices are necessary, oh my goodness. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself. In today's trial, well, does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel freely? Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Haruno-san? What? Oh, yes, exactly. Totally, absolutely. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. Wait, is he asking what crime we did? As the prosecution, shouldn't he know what we did? Isn't that like the whole thing as to why he's supposed to be here? To prove our guilt? As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes! Yes, Your Excellency! It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? does that mean? He's speaking to me in a foreign language. Why does he have to speak Japanese? He's questioning your ability to do your job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes, sir. Very kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. Oh no. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that! By the way, I noticed that earlier. I couldn't find the court record button anywhere. It's simple. You can access the court record with the right bumper. If you ever find yourself you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press the right bumper for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead, with the right bumper. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press the B button. Oh, John H. Wilson, age 47. Oh my goodness, look at him. He looks like a Watson. Fourth wall break, a fourth wall break. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press Y to present.
Yes!
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Test. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Can we remember money and SAS level? What do you mean? Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to. Oh, that's why he looks so British. To Yomi University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. Oh, it was because he's like born a mather? That makes sense. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally, and as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japan Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of the Englishmen has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yomi University, are you not? Mentoring a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it! This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court, therefore, wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. Did I just say Angelo? Yeah, they actually did say Angelo. It was Anglo-Japanese Treaty or something like that. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Oh my goodness, he's a white man. And Anglo? What's the difference? Auntie Ida said wrong. What's the difference? Like, is it Angelo? Yeah, it's Angelo. Angelo. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh my goodness, another flashback. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. It's not a name. I just said it. What do you mean? Angelo Saxon, not Angelo the Ninja Turtle. Angelo's not a Ninja Turtle. I don't know what turtle you're looking at. Angelo's not a turtle. Angelo Saxon. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. Anglo? Anglo? How is that different from what I said? Yes? The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. Huh? Oh, it's the professor. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. I give up. Rito's laughing hard now. What do you mean? Like, I'm saying what you guys are telling me, okay? It's not my fault. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? Oh my goodness, he was shot in the head, I think. State before the court the cause of death. I didn't even hear it. Rita told me Aire said Angelo, that's how I knew. What? You guys are focusing on too many things, okay? The cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Binosuke. Remember that in court. Every assertion must be backed by evidence. Let's see, death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. Oh, to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body, so the bullet is still inside the person's body. By evidence? But how? No, they're not horns, they're my ears. How dare you?
Yes!
Yeah! Well... oh my goodness, look at him! I love this! Look at him, he's like so nervously looking through the paper. And you can kind of see like how nervous he is with like his hands. His hands are shaking like really hard. According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of crime. Wait, photographic print? You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. They're not horns, Rita! Okay, don't listen to Dark-Eyed, he's crazy. Listen, Dark-Eyed is a bad influence. He told you to play with the small puppies, okay? Don't... like, that should already tell you not to listen to them. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. Oh, brand new thing. It's truly superior to a drawing. The detail's incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. He's just doing the T-pose to assert dominance. He's like, damn. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mukotuba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Shogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Witness, state your name and occupation, this is for the record. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at the Western-style restaurant called Le Carnival. Le Carnival? Something tells me this is the murderer. Like, he looks so sus, it's always the butlers. Nani? Why is there blood on his mouth? Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, Ew, don't tell me you've been using that for, like, serving dishes and stuff, have you? That's disgusting. It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. Perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We had few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away pottery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out. So I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Hold on! Let me just clarify something here. Well, I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor. I didn't shoot him. That's bias. We can't trust that. I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But... the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, defendant Harunodo. worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may continue one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Oop. Hi, Dwayne. How are you doing? You having a good day? What's going on? Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello... oh my goodness, it was a woman! There was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? We're gonna have to wait and see. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, if your parents told you to study, you're the kind of man who diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I've never had to get into... I'd never have gotten into university otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know? If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it. Oh, so I guess I was supposed to interject. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at that same table. Dear me. What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings? I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. Oh? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was the day. Please have a look if you'd like to. This is a terrible little plan. What are we supposed to get from this? Let me see. A sketch of the establishment layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Just because he wrote it? Let's see. Don't sting was provoked. Did she try to eat it? Oh my goodness. I don't think Aire tried. Mom tried to. It was most likely. Wait, what are you guys talking about? Got stung by one? I never got stung by one! And then my mom only got stung by one because like she got stung by a scorpion, but it wasn't because she wasn't, it was because she wasn't paying attention. Like where she was living at the moment, there was like cases of scorpions, like getting into the house. And when she woke up, she like stepped near one and it stung her. Like, that's what happened, okay? Well, she didn't try to eat it, she didn't do anything to provoke it. She was just close to one and it stung her. Honey, hi! Hello! Dent? Oh my goodness. Bench. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream, hope you're having a good day. We're just playing through, The Great Ace Attorney. I love Ace Attorney. I love it too. We actually played through like the entire series up to this one, and I do have this. Like I absolutely love the series, and this is my first time playing through it. At least this one. I've never played this game before. Never played the second one before. So I am literally coming into this blind. I don't know anything about this game in the slightest. I'm extremely excited to see what the story is gonna be like. Oh yeah, how are you doing? You having a good day? Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well. Oh? What's that? Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Oh my goodness. That was so sus. That was so sus. Why would he do that if it was like absolute pure evidence? There's something wrong with it. Could be better, but the stressful stuff is over now. I'm really glad that you're taking some time for a break. It's the weekend. You need to take your breaks very seriously. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. I wonder if there's something sus about the back of his business card. So, why does he enjoy T-posing so much? He's like, T-pose, assert dominance. So the court has now heard a precise of the case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Use your eye of truth. My goodness. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. But why would I admit guilt if I didn't do it? In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I call this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. Wait, when this is? Didn't you just say I was alone? What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Yeah, instead of being thrown into the water with cinder blocks, I could just be shot with like gunfire. It'll be a lot faster than drowning. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikotaba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face. Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out the witnesses. Now we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. We have wild orang-utans here. Monkey look better than Puff. To be fair, I think a lot of people look better than Winston Payne. I think, I forget which pain this one is. Wait, do we actually have like a court record for him? Let's see. Oh, there it is. Taketsuchi Ouchie. Wait, what the? I thought his name was like Pain or something. Please continue with the proceedings. Well, you were warned that Diane can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dump truck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. How old is he? He's 51 years old. The prosecution calls its next witness. Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once. Why did that one person look supremely fast? Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. I swear, if he says if he claims to be the mustache man, I don't know, I think I may be banned. No, sir. Oh my goodness. Yes, sir. The great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Isaiah Nosa. Isaiah Nosa. Wait. Oh my goodness. Is that a pun as him saying I see nothing? I say yes, sir. No, sir. Wait. I yes, sir. No, sir. Oh my goodness. I yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, no. I yes, no. What does that mean? Reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employment as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the implorances of our nation Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd district. Kyoryo Koraikuta at your service. Nani? Nippon is known as paint here? Oh, okay. Nippon is a magnetic steel producer. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. I don't know if the antique guy had like a pun to him. It didn't look like he did. Maybe it's a pun in Japanese, but I don't actually know. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day of the question. They must be the diners at the other tables that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea at the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And not infrequently converse with the interested parties regarding the curios which I make my business. I can't understand a word that man is saying. They're both immigrants, it seems like it. Each man is Australian, Stalin is Georgian. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Austrian and Australian, what's the difference? Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? The enemy unit had been attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of force. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir. Where did I have like that accent for him? Oh, I don't know how that sounded to you guys, but sure. This man's impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange joy during that last thing he said. I actually thought that was weird too. I thought I heard a baby cry. Well, was I the only one that noticed like a baby crying in the background? So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. Sounds like a German accent, I see. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment to shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? I've been uncomfortable since this started. If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Oh my goodness, that's exactly what I said. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes, sir! Is he carrying a baby with him? Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. The Mosas are movement. Wait, is that why he like keeps hopping up and down? It's because he's like cradling the little baby on his back? I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a technical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the milk-paid gentleman. At that precise moment, Aire was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with no eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian. And from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Wait, what? The back? Nani? Okay, that was so sus. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysterious absconded precious carrier. Okay, we already caught him in a lie. Because we already saw that, like the piece of evidence with the photo already stated that, there was like gunpowder on his chest. So that was the entry wound. Not only that, but, it also didn't penetrate the body. So he couldn't possibly be shot in the back since he was clearly shot in the chest. I was on my hands and knees, sus. But he was on his hands and knees looking around the ground, looking for a thing. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. Why does the old man have a knife? Why are they permitted to have weapons? What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Rianovsky? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Wait, coffee in Japan? Then when I finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang! Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Rianovsky, you must exercise the right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now! As we have heard, Your Excellence, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly. The testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my great duty to declare the verdict of this case. This is raising his hand. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense. The man's right to cross-examination. Dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door to me told me to do it. How pathetic. How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination? Well, obviously, listen, lawyers are super new. Nobody has any experience doing it.
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Oh. Wait, that shut him up. Cosma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins. Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in that cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right. Evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you down. Like he slams on, he actually checks his. I love the touch of the detail in what Ryunosuke does. He slammed down, got surprised by the sound of him slamming the desk. We actually took a second to kind of look at where he slammed, and then he went back to focus immediately. It was such a snap moment. All right then, it's all or nothing. What the witnesses saw.
Yes!
Something sus. Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? Why is he so stressed by, the quiet? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Was the steak good? Just ask about anything that catches your attention, anything that bothers you. Alright then, He's constantly just raising his hand. The beef steak you mentioned. What kind of food is that? Tashan! Beef steak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on the cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. If food could receive medals of honor, beef steak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Tashan! It is delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict or taunted for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it. Yes, sir. I will, sir. I'll double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm not trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case. Oops, sorry. I'll do my best. Oh my goodness, this is such a silly line of question. So next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of crying? Negative! Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. Prime presser. I got an achievement for asking the first question. Myself. Let's see. I have no idea what you're talking about. A coupon, boy. A coupon? You mean an old Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoi period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day with said item secreted in my bosom pocket, in the hope of my affluent cognoscente apprised of its indisputable value being present. So, you were hoping to sell your Koban coin to Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant? Yes, it's quite clear from you where you're going with this, boy. You were about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious coupon. Isn't that so? How are we supposed to know how rich this guy is? Well, you little credit. You want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant subordination! But I'm not your subordinate. And I didn't make that assertion, they did. No, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might just be the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remained precious Steve present, with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. The gentleman beside me, who was grappling with his braised veal at the time, was my sole prospect. I see. At that precious moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes.
Yes!
So, you're saying that you actually saw me at that time? Affirmative! I saw you! You did it! You! Filthy Japanese! Laughing, cackling like a bandit as you drained your barrel of your gun on the English civilian! You were quite crazy! But that's impossible! I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table. And so what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. My sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, got that? Surely that's not really possible, is it? Do you think I've got to where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? I have no idea. Well, it would seem the soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back the cowardly little weasel.
Yes!
He was shot in the front, my good sir. It just has his hand raised. What? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistency. Sir, I call inconsistency. I mean, yes. I love how he looks back like that. It's so cute. I mean, yes, there's a clear inconsistency here. Just what nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print present by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant, yes, no, sir. Yes, sir? What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! I witnessed crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir! But no, that just can't be! And why not, cadet? Because... I was so staring at her. I was like, with the lifeline. Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh my goodness. It's the baby! He's like, you touched it? Why does this look so sus? The baby was like coming out. He's like, give that. Oh my goodness. What was that? Something just popped out from behind his back, but he pushed it down. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? So sus, we cannot clip that. Honestly, like in this situation, it actually would be. Yes, sir. At this juncture, it would appear to be indisputable. Oh, look, it's a little baby! Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious liquorable stark, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard was proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Ayasanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. Why are you barking me? He kind of resembles Von Kaiser from Punch-Out. Oh, that's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There's no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Oh my goodness. Shot through the heart. Inconsistencies here for having... I just knocked it out. Let's go. Hi, Bloops, how are you doing? Just tenderizing the meat. Wait. What's that supposed to mean? Also, hi, Bloops, how are you doing? You having a good day? Welcome to the stream. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. Oh my goodness. He said the words. Hoi hoi. Bye. Yeah, we're starting the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And so far, it's been very interesting. Been really funny, too. Also, there's something so sauce about this character with the baby on his back. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back. Well, he's very convinced about the back thing. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the ground. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Oh my goodness! Indeed, the highly Arakuban, my prize coin! On each occasion when I visited that restaurant, it is my habitude to place it in my bosom pocket, the peculiar trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military men that I proffered. Oh my goodness, that word. Proffered my Hawaii treasure. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not, but I was present with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, was there no war? It simply vanished. Oh, wait. Was the whole thing a distraction just to take the coin? The coupon vanished? Hunting around under the table, I was in case my hat, but it had fallen there, and then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed, I did, and I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my abscond Hawaii treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hawaii Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. Why is he acting so sus? He's like looking away from him. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Wait, does that mean that the guy was the one that did it? Was I, yes or no so, the person that like did the crime? Since he's military, he has access to a gun. And since he was in front of the old man, he had access to the coin. Or is it just that he's like, I'm guessing he's probably more in charge of like stealing the coin. And then somebody else was the one that still shot the professor. And it just happened to coincide together at the same time. The government was promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchi? Sus. Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. What? My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant Ryanote Naruhada. Wait, what? He really seems to have this despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegations. Is that clear? As clear as kitty cold glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir, at once, sir! Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, named Aire. Oh, that's his child? What if it wasn't his child, it's just a child that he found? It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Aire, Tashan! Your father's about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Oh my goodness, that's so cute. Look at him, he's just being a good father. Even at what I saw wasn't that moment, the precise moment the firearm was discharged. It's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the fallen man. He was that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniform cadets could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Yes!
I didn't get to read. Wait, that nonsense! The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these episodes already. But there was a woman! There was a young woman at his table! You must have seen her! Everyone there must have seen her! Why is everybody kind of just looking away, acting all sus? If you call yourself a lawyer, then you must respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecutor has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photograph print of the scene of the crime, Counsel? Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by our investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there's only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with them. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi Ouchi, will have contributed to the enmity of these two great empires and an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood? Test rules can be so unbending at times. Ah. But the true culprit.
Yes!
No, it's not the same thing. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. Have what? The sun! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman! I think that says it all, don't you? And let's not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed that the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Kurakata-san? He was silent. Yes, pointing his gun at the poor man he was. That young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Yes!
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the ground. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed the gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, a gunshot rang in my ears. All of events beyond our control like this. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the coupon from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, I did see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the form now. Can't really argue too much about that. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Alright, let's save real fast.
Yes!
Visual search, I see. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Only if there had been more people standing there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course the place was almost empty, it's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of the time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at the time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. What? Oh my goodness, it's Hana Clinic? Nani? So, and In the original trilogy, there was a hospital referred to as the Hottie Clinic. This one is referred to as the Hada Clinic. Oh my goodness. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. And the very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. Wait, what? What do you mean? I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Well, obviously we have to. Why, what? Ask for it to be submitted. Why would someone make an appointment to go to lunch? If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? Do I want to? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence will be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern. Whether or not they are a concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for a submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Like, how dare these people actually know their rights and push to actually exercise them? Absolutely despicable. What has the world come to, where people are just allowed to just exercise their freedom of rights? Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Alright, let's take a look at this. What we need right now is new clues. Let's see. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. This reminds me of my boss. Exercising their rights? What do they think this is, a charity? Nah, this is the corrupt judicial system. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Oh, perhaps you've forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korekata. Wait, can we actually, take a look at the court record? Doesn't really tell me anything. A medical report card. Oh, that's all it tells me. That's kind of weird. Asserting industry knows no less than him when I bring up it is common in knowledge of practice. I think I'm missing some stuff. Give me a second. Do.
Yes!
That's a long. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone? That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. Why did he pause for so long? So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As you can clearly be seen, there's only one single beefsteak on the victim's table. A meal for one. No! The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Therefore, no one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. Is there anything else? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Wait, there's a magnifying glass? Nani? We have a magnifying glass feature? That's funny. Anything sus here?
Yes!
Well, some chaps go to a cafe to code while drinking coffee. Yeah. Why aren't you telling the truth? What? What did you say, Cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. Did you go over everything? At the moment, I'm about to. He also said the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely! In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Just ha 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 ha. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. Can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Oh, so I was supposed to just go through everything. Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it a little more in detail. That's what I wanted to do, it just didn't let me. You notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press A and take a closer look at the piece in question. So then take the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using the control stick. Bam 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 bam. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. As the crosshairs start to pulsate, press A to investigate further. I see. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use control stick and A to inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious. It says Hottie Clinic, or Hata Clinic, on this medical report card. I hate clinics, almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Annie. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps he used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides what? Oh my goodness! Let's go! That's the thing! The food wasn't for him! It was for somebody else! Let's go, we got them, guys! Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes! So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely.
Yes!
In your face! Oh my goodness, I love it when he just raises his hand just like that. He was obviously eating the steak. He never disobeyed a dentist's orders before. Oh my goodness. Well, I think, about what you are wittering, lad. Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raise your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Kurokata-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And? I don't see. What of it, boy? I could do presentations or speeches if needed. How old is Ryunosuke? So he's a senior. I would assume he's probably like either 22 or 21. Comprising of what is written on this report card would be a witness statement. Something clearly doesn't add up. Dear me, dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with amateurish dribble. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's... Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. No, Ryunosuke is the younger one. Yeah, Kazuma is the older guy. Ryunosuke is the younger guy, so he's younger. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all. For the simple reason that there is no one besides this pale-faced pupil. Oh my goodness, he's so calm. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? What? That outburst petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hana Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating, then just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Konekuta-san. What boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No! Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court of unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. Ah, look! He lost that little moment of hesitation where he kind of like looked at his hand. He's no longer faltering anymore. But that cannot possibly be the case. Sure. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of anesthesia. Ah! He's locked in. Yeah, he's locked in. He's in it to win it. Expertly done, partner. Partner. Oh my goodness, guys. Partner. What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table. Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? Oh my goodness, he's being called dumb. Like that, the shaved head adds a negative 5 to his intelligence. How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Won't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. Oh my goodness, his little bravado just ended. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been me. Well, Your Honor, it was me. I was the one that ate the steak. That was my delicious steak, and he stole it from me. To the 2 witnesses, an as yet unknown third party. It has to be this. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet, we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on this table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witnesses' testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Thought it was a woman's voice? What do you mean? Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. Those 2 witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Ooh, we got them. Now they're gonna change their minds. Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. Oh my goodness, they find it. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh my goodness, they literally just admitted it, that they were committing perjury this entire time. Oh. What? What did you just say, Kurakata? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Now hold on that. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman. Yeah. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What? An overseas woman! It's foreigner-on-foreigner violence! What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Oh my goodness. Just one simple slip of the tongue. How could you? You're a father. You have a baby to take care of. How was little Nazi Choo Chip supposed to live on that? It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to keep their mouths shut? Well, that's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Bro's gotta have to get pictures of Spider-Man if he wants to get a paycheck. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchie had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas who might be behind this? If we can confirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. Oh. Let's see. Who's this? Well, that's unexpected. What is it? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Yeah, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector! Satoru Hosonaga, primary Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Oh my goodness. The waiter is a part of the police. Inspector, what on earth? I have no idea, but let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence, if they're wielding it somehow here. Oh my goodness, what is this about? I want answers! If it's proven that the witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my mind. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is...
Yes!
Well, surely that would be... Sarutoto Hosonaga. Hosonaga, the waiter who took the stand before? Kopikak! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that little of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Miyanosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga real identity as proven by this evidence.
Yes!
By the evidence he himself provided. The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. You know, it's so dumb for a police investigator. He actually wrote this, like, on the back of his own business card. Why does he even have a business card as a police investigator? Isn't that so ridiculous? Like, even if it's like a Japanese custom to always have a business card, why would somebody of his particular station actually go around with business cards? Isn't his like whole business identity supposed to revolve around like his identity remaining secret? What a silly person. I agree, it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or, perhaps I should have said the front. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's her the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses, they're in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Hold it, Nani? It's him! Inspector Hosonaga! I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Why did you draw it out the back of your business card? You silly dumb police officer. The police are completely cooked in this country if this guy is like at the highest, like one of the highest levels of it. we'll take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say, you really are a detective? Not a very good one, apparently. But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? He was undercover, naturally. Ah, of course. Your salary must be terrible. Oh my goodness, Ryunosuke! Of course your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? That makes more sense. Yes, there must have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Hi, Nizu! Thank you so much for the high break. How are you doing? You having a good day? That's so true, even to this day. Yeah, we're starting up the Great Ace Attorney, and this is my first playthrough. I'm playing through this blind, and so far it's been really interesting. I like all the little attention to details I've been seeing so far. How are you doing? How's your weekend been? Well then, Inspector Hosonaga, will you elaborate on one point for the court? Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Very nice, I enjoyed this game as well back when they made the English patch for its 3D version. Oh my goodness, I am so excited to play through this. Like, I know nothing about this game. I barely know like little bits and pieces here, but like nothing solid that tells me anything about the story. So far, I'm just seeing all Ryunosuke's like reactions and like how he presents himself, and they're also adorable, honestly. Like how nervous he is, how he like raises his hand all the time. Like, and he does it so slowly. He's just like, and then like the way that he slams his like at the beginning when he slams his hands on the desk. Like he surprises himself with like the noise, and then when like towards like this point in the courtroom, like when he's like locked in and he's like super focused, he actually doesn't do that anymore. But he does. But like when he loses that focus, he like revert back to that. Like it's so interesting. You're like slowly seeing his growth here and there. Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. Bang! As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once? It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. No, those were my orders. But what if this one Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. What do you mean, not? It's in my best interest to pursue it. Like, you guys are going to execute me if I don't. My day has been fine. I was just finished hanging out with friends. I was doing an unboxing of some limited edition games I bought recently with them. Ooh, nice! What games did you get? Anything interesting? The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the prime suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. Why not? Why is that so unforgivable? Like, having an English person get killed by another English person? How's that any of our fault? My life depends on pursuing this. Yeah, it's so dumb. It's not like, it would be really bad if a Japanese person were the one that killed the English man. But now that we know that it's an English woman that killed the English man, what is the problem? Like, there is no problem. We just go up to them and be like, you need to control your people. They just showed up on our soil and killed each other. That would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. It's not right. It's not Phoenix right. Silence. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean? Yumi University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young English woman. What? Nani? You're a shrewd man. How does he just know this? I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. It's like, no, too bad you had to. The English woman sitting at the university's professor's table was a certain Miss Jezalee Brett. She's indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yomei University's medical faculty. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well, my thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send in the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be displeased by such actions. Too bad. Look, I know he's the enemy, but I feel a tad bit bad for Aochi because he legit had no idea about any of this. I'm not really blaming him for this. It's kind of whatever. Like, under his guise, he thought he was right, but now his entire world was just shifted upside down. Because they are historically accurate races. Who killed this English person, a fellow Englishman or Japanese guy. It has to be the Japanese, no if, ands, or buts. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Oh, Jesus Christ, he didn't dig deep enough. Indeed. Hi, John, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. You having a good day? Welcome. I won't feel bad for him. Totally accurate racism simulator. How's your day going? My day's been good so far. We're playing a new game. This is a game that I haven't played at all. I'm going into it blind for the first time, so I'm super excited to see the stories. How have you been? Are you enjoying your day? Anything of interest happening? Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Juzuli Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. Oh, well, he's suddenly singing a different tune. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Juzuli Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency. Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Very odd how, he would... Oh no, he has tuberculosis. Would that be tuberculosis? Oh my goodness, my nose has been getting stuffy all day today. That's why I'm kind of choking up my lines right now. And I don't know why it's causing that. I felt just fine, and then once I started reading, it just started flaring up for some reason. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping out, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. Gee, the perfect picture of professionalism right there. That's the only thing I can assume. In times like these, if you coughed up blood, it's always tuberculosis, and it was the terminal cause. There was no cure yet? Yeah. Yeah, I think that was the thing. I'm trying to remember, something that I saw once. Yeah, coughing up blood, the white death. At this time, there really wasn't, a cure for it. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Juzuli Brett. Oh, they're not for Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective run, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. I unboxed the Japanese version of Neptunia 7. Ooh, nice! That has all of the drama CDs. Oh my goodness, are you gonna play them on stream? You have to tell me when you're gonna do that. I would love to listen to that. Origin of Adventure, which comes with a figure and Gunvolt Trilogy Enhanced Collection that has 8 soundtrack discs, huge ass art book, and a lewd wallpaper. Oh my goodness, that sounds amazing. I know you're not going to be able to show the wall poster, but it does sound interesting. Just imagine just showing the lewd wall poster. Like, guys, look at this poster, Ben. It would be like the silliest thing to like get banned off stream for. You know what? I've actually seen other people do sillier things. Like, if I remember correctly, I think there was one where Nanders actually got banned because she was doing a thing with a banana, and it looked like she was doing the loot thing. And she got banned for it, and like when that happened, she's like, it was totally worth it. I don't know the full context. I just saw the clip, and it was the silliest thing ever. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restroom myself. And then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up, bang! I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. As thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Ah, it's the guy! It's this person. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. You know what this guy reminds me of? He reminds me of that one guy from Ace Investigations. The one with the really long ears and the wads of cash, like, all over his body. Hello, Eagle. Hi, Kate Draco. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? You having a good day? We're starting the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles today. And it's been fun so far. I've been liking it so much. Oh, okay, the wife got mad at me this week. Oh no, what happened? What did you do, K. Draco? You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Will my auto cure let the lewd be free? Also for the Neptunia, I will play the drama CDs raw and try to translate them on stream. After doing that, I will pull up a YouTube video already translated it to see how accurate it was. Oh my goodness, that would be really awesome. I spent like 4K on the new Kaio Milo Pony TCG. Wait, what? There's a Milo Pony TCG? Wait, is that actually true? I need to look this up like right now. Let's see. I don't think this is it. Here it is. Kaio. Ooh. Ayo. Let's see. Do. Here it is. Oh my goodness, why it's so big? There it is. These are the. This is the new Milo Pony TCG. It doesn't look like it's a playable TCG. It looks like it's more for collecting purposes, isn't it? Let's take a look at Series 1. Ooh. They sorted out as art card. Scroll down. Yeah, it looks like they're just art cards here. Oop. Fun Moments Edition? Wait, is this actually it? Keep going. Card game, there it is. So we have these kinds right here. Let's take a look at Twilight Sparkle. Twilight Sparkle. If there is any Owlicious in your adventure area, choose one character with inspiration 5 or less in rival's adventure area to retire. Interesting. All the cards are foil? Wait, what? They're all foil? Emerald Rare. And then commons. Even the commons are foil? Interesting. This would be fun to kind of like take a look at. Look! Uncommon Sapphire Rare. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, it will be interesting to kind of like explore how like this game actually like functions. There's 2 sets so far. I'm gonna have to look into this further. But yeah, it's so interesting. I did not know they made a new My Little Pony trading card. A new trading card game. It kind of looks like it functions somewhat similarly to the CCG. I'm not too sure. It was basically what I've seen so far. I wonder who's the person that just came up with the idea to make another one. The new set comes out in November and it's a Halloween set. Ooh, wait, what's up? Oh my goodness, nobody's scalping these cards yet, are they? Like if they're not, it would be very nice to not have to spend like an arm and a leg just to buy these cards. Not yet. Oh my goodness, we need to be like super quiet about this. We can't let the scalpers like destroy this. Not yet, at least. Like how much even are they for like a set? You said you spent 4K on it. Care if I link something? You can link it in the Discord if you're on the Discord. Let me see. Do. It would probably be better if you linked it there. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. My goodness. Oh my goodness, my mute. Oh my god. I've been getting like runny nose like crazy today. I posted the wiki. Ooh, okay. I'll be sure to check it out when I can. Well, probably after the stream. I'm trying to get through like the first Fortes, and then we'll call it a stream. But yeah. Very interesting. I did not know they made another My Little Pony card game. Is there any other way to play the game, or is it simply like the cards at the moment? I would love it if there was like an online simulator for it. The cards are the only way. No, the 4K was for 2 cases of a case of the first set and a case of the second set. 4K for those 2? That's crazy. Like 3 cases for 4K? Oh my goodness, that is crazy. That sounds so expensive. It's 32 booster boxes. Oh! Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Wow. Okay, Draco, are you the one that's going into the scalping business, or are you like building yourself like or do you own like a card shop? It would be really funny if you were like, I bought these so I can flip them. Like, once the bronies know that these cards exist, I'll get them. One booster box MSRP is like 67 after tax. Oh my goodness, 67. So about the same price as a Yu-Gi-Oh box. Okay, that's good to know. As long as like on the third-party market, it's not that expensive. I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to the Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference, lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me, honey. Yes, you need to prove your innocence, and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to learn the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Wait, you do? Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? I wish I would have went to the San Diego Comic-Con because the promos for the game are crazy and there was a playmat too. Ooh. It's times like these, I kind of wish I still went to Comic-Cons. I just don't have time for them anymore. I really do want to go out and like just enjoy spending time with some nerds. It would be really fun. Last time I went, I think it was like a couple years ago. Really need to get back to it. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at uni. And it was I who invited him in. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. I posted a pic of the mat in your general. Ooh, I'll check it out in a little bit. Yes, I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to squash the case. But I have no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Oh, of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Bam, 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 bam. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. Oh, now they have a much friendlier demeanor. They're not calling me a blatant criminal anymore. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what hit them. Oh my goodness. Kazuma. What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend, coming from you, that means a lot. Bam, 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 bam. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely can't afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yome Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Supreme Court of Adjudicator. Dodekatoa. I have a long way to go for VIP reading. Oh my goodness. Everybody, are you actually trying to get there? I will get there, oh my goodness. The court hereby resumes the trial of Rinosuke Haruhodo. Prosecutor Aochi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young strapling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Oh, sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down in our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. Oh my goodness, he's so true. That is so true. If two people from their country killing themselves is enough to break the treaty, then the treaty was worth nothing. You really have nothing to worry about, Rinosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bundled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan? Or of England? Shut up! Shut up, you choked up rookie! You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. Sounds like you're just being little wusses. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. He's just dissing himself. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Oh my goodness, guys, take a note of this. They literally just called out everything that's going on, like, in the world today. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. That is so true. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna screenshot this. No! Oh my goodness. Why did it go away? You know what? I'll screenshot it from the bot. Well said, Rinosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You brats! Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and it's solely for the pursuance of truth. First time, I don't buy it. Hi, Ox, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. I put you a good time zone. Thank you so much. But yeah, this is actually my first time. This is my first time playing this one right here. I've never played this game ever. I've never played The Great Ace Attorney, and I'm super excited for it. I played pretty much every other game at least a few times, but I basically have never played this one. I bought it. Oh, let's go. So far I'm having a lot of fun. I'm really liking a lot of the characters so far. It's also really funny to see Winston Payne, like his ancestor, like right now. So it's only classic. He's basically a staple in the series. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Ms. Jessie Birch. Yes. Your Excellency! He just slammed his face into the desk. What the? Oh my goodness. That's one hat right there that she's got. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea! Oh my goodness, these guys are freaking so racist right now. Oh my goodness. Like, oh, she needs a drink. We have to get her tea, otherwise she won't survive. I meant that since you meant this particular one, as opposed to I don't buy it. Now I buy it. That it's your first time playing it. Oh, yeah. If no tea, British die. Bloobs, is it true that if you don't have tea, you will not survive? No idea. Sir, can we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Sanato Hosonaga. I've been working in the Kimber as the head waiter and yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Your description of this amazing sight was simply a woman. He's burning and he's roasting and he's like, I thought you just said she was just a woman. But she's like absolutely so amazingly gorgeous, you completely undersold her. Sorry, Ryunosuke. But powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Penny? Lamida. I can't read that. I can't read that. Oh my goodness. Speak Japanese! Why, this is Japan, speak English, just like the rest of us. It looks like, cursive. I'm pretty sure it is, but I can't read like such crazy cursive. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? Wait, she's a student? Sorry, I don't speak Italian. All I can tell is that there's a la U-M-A? She's adding someone. The lady says her name is Jezalel Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yumi University's medical faculty. Isn't it crazy to believe that she is, that she's a student? She really doesn't look like a student, does she? Let me see. She's 24 years old. Yeah, but started earlier. She studies at a medical school. I see. That's how all medical students look like? Are you sure? Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand the word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? A British university's cost a fortune to attend. I can only imagine how much more cheaper university Japan is from a British one. True. The only problem with attending school in Japan is that you have to go through so many things in order to attend the university over there. Well, we know this because Reaper actually told us this. She says yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She said that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your replacement eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently it was very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say... Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order in the court! Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Can we trust the Chancellor if they have government business, sus? I mean, Kazuma, our assistant, is going to transfer to London for further studies. So he has been studying English. So he kind of gets the gist of what she's saying. Same with Ryunosuke, where he kind of understands but not fully. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long after, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Well, that's just your opinion and stuff,
Yes!
person. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all. She didn't. Well, she had to have done it. Nobody else has a reason to do it. Fight, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Ugh. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. Is she not watching the stream anymore? I'm not sure. Probably. It was decided that Miss Britt was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she can conceal a firearm. What about the hat? I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Oh my goodness. I'm going to make my theory right now. I want to say that the swan. It's the swan. She pulls something like her ribbon thing, and the swan just spits out bullets. That would be the funniest thing. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Ah, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Oh my goodness. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. She smiled, she did it, she 100% did it. She smirked. She's like, oh my goodness, you're never gonna be able to catch me. Liar! Witch! Oh my goodness, we know you did it. We absolutely know that she was the one that did it. Oh yes, Your Excellency. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with the Dr. Wilson that day. After 2 p.m. in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it? You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right? No. Oh my goodness, you just blatantly said no. Just like, absolutely not, you foolish fool. Foolishness. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brick and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of the English intelligence this fine gentlewoman has. Why, she's making a fool out of you. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. My goodness, she actually ate a beef steak. She was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the hot athletic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Britt aware of that fact? It seemed so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? Why didn't you finish the steak? Why didn't you finish the steak? How come the steak is unfinished? You wasteful woman. If anything, you should have offered it to like some random person. I'm pretty sure anybody would have gladly eaten it. That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant land on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. It's nice to know that no matter the timeline, the Payne family are Sims no matter what. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water? What do you think, Renosuke? About the witness's last statement. It's very meaningful. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing? The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense called for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Cosmo. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Renosuke. I ordered a beefsteak for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. Ba-ba-boom.
Yes!
There was only one glass of water. He had a blind moment. He had a blind moment. He's like, what was I going to say? Right. That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd, very odd. Dear me, what odd is the defense's inability to express itself? Renosuke, what is the point? What is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? What possible difference does the presence of or absence of a glass make on the case? Minutiae, you say? Could be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence. Of course not. We'll never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me that you can blink with only 1 glass? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Oh. She's got a nice juice. Inspector, what did the lady say? would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I had been there at all, she's saying. Oh, she took it? Good gracious! Sorry. Oh my goodness, all she said is sorry. There, I assured the court before. This is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that the student had just murdered this lady, luncheon companion, before her very eyes. Who could have blamed her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? So, do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No, this can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. Wait, she had a handbag? Couldn't the gun be concealed in the handbag? A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass was absolutely no bearing on the case. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's the handbag. Isn't it the handbag? Like, we just... Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English women carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what if she forgot to mention was her handbag? In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. Had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you foul blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't be seriously suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Did you or did you not search Miss Jezebel's Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. Yeah. No. Order! What's the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Achi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Well, what a sorry situation. clearly have no faith in the police. But why? You've given us every reason not to have faith in the police? As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Wait, what? Unnecessary? In what way? I ought to think the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. Oh? This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Isn't that dangerous? Like, it's basically telling people, please rob me, I have things in my bag that... Well, you can actually choose who to rob because you can actually see what's in the contents of the bag. Exactly, so there was no need to search the lady's handbag. Besides, I'm pretty sure that bag, it's not see-through. Like, it probably has, like, the little netting on the outside, while the inside most likely has, like, the contents of the bag. Like, it's just like an optical illusion. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ah! As you see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that. Naruhodo-san. Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Why not the bag itself? Certainly, Your Excellency. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, Counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance. I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there's only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this case. No! Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean, this is it? Tush, ha ha ha. I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat meat. You were wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact that you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your sack. Wait, we're only being sentenced to jail? Oh my goodness, thank goodness. I did not want to, like, be thrown into the water with cinder blocks. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no bias on which we can argue for the trial to continue. What do you mean? There is something. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Yeah, not get harder though. Having considered all the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... Yes! Wait! Your Excellency! Minovsky? I don't think you can rule on this case yet. This amateurness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just a minute appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means if there is a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question. This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the jungle woman was carrying on the day of the question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Mirovsky. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezing. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. I'm gonna save real fast. Safety save. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I am thank you so much for your stretch break. Ah, my goodness. Thank you for that. But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with an immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. Oh! I see it! Oh my goodness, hold up. Oh my goodness, there it is. Oh my goodness. Look at it! I'm gonna make fun of your fanfiction then. What do you mean? I just heard the worst Sonic fanfiction? Oh. You should never look into Sonic fandom ever. The Sonic fandom is like the craziest thing. Oh my goodness. That is so interesting, but what does that mean? Alright. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. So at first I thought it was the bag, however, it's actually right here.
Yes!
What is this mark doing on the hand? Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. Dear me, I was pondering what new pebble you would have come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noted it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am. If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise the shutting door back open. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I cannot allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked to the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between the burn and that key in the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates the intricate connection between the victim's burn and this trial.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? You don't know the prints? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Ricky. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here for a memorial. What? How? You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? The cow mark right there.
Yes!
The beef steak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Oh! Ah! Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah! This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Screw the lady, I better teeth her rest of the Oh, look at this Ryunosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. But even if that is the case, we cannot know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened on some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Would you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense has just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade... Centigrade? What is centigrade? A burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, no waiter!
Yes!
Okay, he was working as a waiter, okay? He knows what he's talking about. There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. Not only that, but the customer would probably complain or at least call for help. Probably a unit of veteran used in historic Japan, probably. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, knowing that they were any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antique dealer, all those would without any question have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchi? Well, yes, I suppose. Wait, could that mean that he was poisoned? So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamed we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but... I was starting to think that maybe... we've been led into a terrible trap. Never mind, apparently centigrade is another word for Celsius. Okay, I was actually thinking it was something like that. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson... Oh. He was already deceased? He had to have already been dead. No man can remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from one particular situation. Counsel? What are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's... madness! Order, please! Counsel, please explain this absurd notion at once! The victim was killed by a gunshot? That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts. No, Prosecutor Ouchi. It's you who have no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Yeah, I mean, she was with him. Like, did she not notice that he was not breathing anymore? Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to ask, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But Your Excellency, the justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. Can I say that the lady is innocent? No. Where's that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Betty! Wait, she's speaking just fine! She's speaking just fine! Oh my goodness, she's even more sus. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Nani? She didn't need a translator! Liar! Miss Brett, you speak Japanese. Well, of course I do. I earned study in your country, after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. So much for not damaging the relations between our countries. Oh my goodness. What did she say again? And it helps relations between my country and yours, and yet she literally just said, I don't want to speak your disgusting, vulgar language. Totally accurate racism simulator. Oh my goodness, Queen's language. I'm guessing she just means English. You want to hear vulgar? Come to the South. Oh my goodness, that is so funny. Like, I don't want to offend, but I'm going to do that by offending you. Oh my goodness, everybody's out sitting well. In this world, the Japanese are the Brits as above them and praise everything they do. I don't believe that. I don't believe that, Blues. You're not getting away with this. But it seems that the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of the English gentleman. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicate with you all on your own level. Oh? Well, my goodness. You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you are so graciously afford us. He just, oh my goodness. Supreme simp. He gets insulted in the face and he's still okay. Believe me now. In that case, Miss Britt, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man got to rest like that. When the waiter brought it my steak, the professor and I raised their glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. Because of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Is she just admitting that whatever method that she used to kill him, they had no way of confirming it? So does that mean she actually did poison him? That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. That is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. No, it's fine. You didn't just insult anyone. You insulted everyone. Diversity at its finest. It's rude to insult one, but it's perfectly fine to insult everyone. Wow, what do you know? She's being praised again for her racism to the Japanese. True. No, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the highest punishment possible. Amen. Nani? Did she just pray to God so that we just be executed or something? Huh? Thanks. Well, was that a prayer then? Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, but put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. Nor she prayed to God you get punished worse than death. What is a punishment worse than death? I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this is your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problem with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Buddy? And just slapped himself? Yes, Your Excellency. And you may proceed with the cross-examination. Unfortunately,
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't have not unnoticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours have been wide open. You cannot have noticed, can you? What? Oh my goodness! What fun! You haven't realized? The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me? He was unzipped the entire time? Oh my goodness. Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can you teddy brains imagine such a thing? Years of torture, imprisonment, slavery, or losing senses or limbs and being disabled for the rest of your life? That does sound horrible. Oh, yes! I think my tiny brain can. Oh. Well, I can't. Anyway... When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? It was 100% poison. Had to be poison. I don't know where the gunshot came from, but it had to be poison. That was the reason why she took the glass with her. Like, it wasn't her glass that she took, it was his glass that she took. and she had to have poisoned it in order to get away with it. Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember, which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the stick to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Nani? I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you. Damn you, guys. Anybody learning English, damn you means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway, as far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible causes of death besides gunshot. Let's see. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from mollustic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist is going to kill us. And as there are no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it could only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out of the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point. And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. Without leaving a trace? If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There won't be physical traces with all those cause of deaths, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If heaven forbid you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, person thought calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question? On my honor, Takatsuchi Ouchie will cut down any who dare cast such aspirations. We have killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence.
Yes!
What a sweet young Larissa's lady, I know, right? Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. Le Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Nani? It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can. You understand? So, the lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see some sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly, no matter how much I press her. I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean we have to find a way. There must be some clues somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There's one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma was thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again.
Yes!
Inferior, what do you mean by that?
Wait.
Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. I'm guessing maybe he's poisoned with something like he probably got poisoned by the woman, whatever the woman used in order to kill the professor. But he probably got like a smaller amount than the other guy. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness's marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left or and right with that button, you can turn your attention to the other people in the stand. I can attest that is not the case. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you could catch a person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I move the marker across and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with A. See what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
Excuse me!
There you go. Yeah! What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court. What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hasunaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Oh, me. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this for example. Oh? It's the water. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all its fizz. Having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day, our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to have averted her eyes when she answered the judge's question. The bottle is sus! Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Alright, let's see, the bottle's a lime. Let's take a look. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be a very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just green water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. Oh my goodness, I want to do it. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You're going quiet all of a sudden. Think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Alright, it's either this one or the other statement.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was some poison? There was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Bum, bum, bum. Order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could It's so funny. There's only person who could possibly have done it. There's only one person who could possibly have done it. That's a funny little typo right there. Giselle Brett. It was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty? Not really. Like, these are just two individuals. What does the individuals have anything to do with the country of England?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Garrett! That's what I was saying this entire time. That is as bad as a typo as the chart servers we had for a family gathering, misspelling strength. Oh my goodness. If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack. Oh my goodness, she literally just said shut up. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady. Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. Oh, Nani! What, you did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. But they didn't check the glass. They didn't check the glass. He literally said that there was no point because he could see the glass. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! No! She drank from the bottle too? Yeah. Yeah, that's why I had to be from the glass as well. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Penny! Wait! Wait, is that what he was doing? Oh my goodness, he had it planned all along. Please wait! Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Bum 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 bum. To be continued. Wait, to be continued. Oh my goodness. It can't be that much longer, can it? Like this should be like the last thing that we have to do. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! A judicial assistant and a woman, no less. Hey, what do you mean by that? Sexism? So now we have racism, and now we have sexism as well? Honestly, Ouchie is like the worst person ever. I didn't underestimate the lengths of trials in these games. I do not. I've played every one of these. The rules state that peoples are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I asked only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency, I am most grateful. So it means that's just because she's not British. Seems like it. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is this? A report about something? Written in English. It's Jessalie's Brett's research. Natty? The English woman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility, faculty, and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of Kurare. Wait, Kira? Kyora? What is this, Final Fantasy? Nani? Kiragaga? And its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Kirare? What's that? I've never heard of that word before. Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was way too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. Do you think it could be valuable? Please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Goodbye then, and good luck. Zipped up there. You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now, one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... Oh, we should probably look at it. sorry about that. Oh my goodness. I had to cough really bad. Let's see, a poison made from the bark of a certain tree in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry, the above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Honey. Due to its ability to render the body paralytic, oh my goodness. It's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. Oh, anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of full body paralysis must be found first, and patients would die of suffocation. Alright. Respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first. Oh, okay. So injecting this into the body will fully paralyze the body, basically shutting everything down. And if the body isn't able to breathe under the circumstance, then the body just isn't functioning. It just comes to a full halt. And if they don't find a way to make it so that the body is still functional under these circumstances, then the body just stops breathing and the person just suffocates. So it can paralyze and cause death with the tiniest dosage. Interesting. But here's the thing, it needs to enter the body through a wound. Alright, so it probably has to get into the body through the bloodstream. The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett. Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. Oh my goodness. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however. I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yomiuri University doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death. What? What complete and utter nonsense! Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. Wait, what? Wait, what? What? Wait, what? Is this another typo? I've never heard of it. You wouldn't have done? Huh? Why did they add the done part to it? They could have easily just ended this with, you wouldn't have. Or you wouldn't have, of course. Oh my goodness. What do you mean? I mean, you haven't heard of Karare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Oh, that's right. They couldn't do the poison test because this Karare doesn't exist in the country. He did a test on every poison that exists in the country. This was from South America. It doesn't exist in the country. Correct, which means no matter what test the police can do for toxins, they never identify Karare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? Order, order, order! Council, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, Karare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Karare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sums it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspirations are utterly trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered of some so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other divers would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? It causes full body paralysis. The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Karare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters the person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with the chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That this is the true nature of this deadly Karare poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison? This is all very convenient, isn't it? A no unknown poison for which there is no means of testing? What a happy tale for the defense. Oh? Would you like to try? If there really is no poison in the bottle, would you like to try? If I may, all these facts. You think you're so clever. You must be taught. Oh my goodness, again. It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. What do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree? POV, the origins of why you view players through white women. My goodness. Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. My goodness. Well, you can't breed poison into this country. We say that you shouldn't be allowed to. How dare you just bring it in regardless of what we said. What's so funny? Excuse me? Your Excellency? Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Oh, well, yes, I don't see, why not? Oh my goodness, is she gonna spill it on the ground? Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics are laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers! Oh! She's drinking it! Wait! What are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. She just break it, guys. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no curare. The bottle is clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. It was in the cup! The glass cup! Or the glass... Oh my goodness. It was in the glass. You didn't put it in the bottle. It was in the glass. That doesn't make any sense. There had to have been a poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle. Doesn't there? Oh my goodness. Again with the typo. There has to have been poison in that bottle. Doesn't there? There can't have been, because otherwise she would have kneeled over, dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains no poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? There was poison in there. If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivete really astounds me. But sometimes it's in need of a good straight staining. Until it's as dark as your nearest one in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? I was supposed to say yes? Contains poison? The culprit did put chloride poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious? Oh, are you blind? Oh, wait. There's no possible way that body could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Britt drinking the water from it. That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. Oh, that's right. It says that it has to be administered through the blood. Doesn't say anything about being ingested. And I believe that complication can be explained. How, exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. The defense truly intends to assert this claim. Then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed? Oh, it probably does.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report. That's not a valid explanation, no? After all, we don't speak English. The report is utter gibberish. Oh my goodness. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. Just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to the riddle? What was the party on? Okay, special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use this laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Oh, that's true. Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel. No, that would be madness. But actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes. The mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Karare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poison effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poison effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Karare's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Ooh! Nani! Rapscallion! Oh my goodness, we were walking the verb! Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer? Oh, all this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it possibly... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts you've read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. Aire, are you on her head? I swear it's not me. Guys, it's not me. That thing is right. Like, that's a swan, not... I'm a hawk, guys. I'm a hawk. You have to believe me. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Such schoolboyish flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Karare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? Were they? I know for a fact that Aida's on her at. No! It's your actual size, don't lie to us. No! I swear it's not me! Like, that bird is white. I'm a blackbird. So, this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk. Hey, the professor would not die when he swallowed it. It wouldn't. That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Wait, does that mean it entered through the burn wound? Order in the court! Order! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes! This Karare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on the trial. That's right! Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that! Ooh. What is this welling up inside me? Oh, Nani? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like, surging, swelling up inside me. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Hey, what's going on? Nani? Oh my goodness, he just pointed his finger! I don't think so, Miss Jessalyn Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Kurare? Uh-oh. Bum, 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 bum. I imagine it's a bird mark. I just don't know which one it is. Alright, that wasn't it. The Zokun too? Oh!
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have. If you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Sorry for pointing out, I figured that was, yeah. It would be really coincidental if someone had surgery before they went to the restaurant and drank some water. Yeah. Miss Brett, you acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. What? Honey? What is he doing? You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! What is it? What just happened? It's the Englishwoman. She just smashed a bottle. And in the Supreme Court, what a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. Wouldn't that still mean that the water is still there? You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? Isn't she just basically just admitting her guilt at this point? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy. No, you killed the victim that day, using curare. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime. You waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find him on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a fun, wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly! And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yeah. This is unbelievable. How could this be happening? We had her, but now... Is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head. You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. Honey. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Nani? Ketchup! Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Well, there has to be, otherwise we have nothing. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's whack the smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence! Alright, I can't wait! Oh my goodness, I have to be so careful with this word! It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. What the hell does niggling mean? I actually saw this posted on the internet, like on X recently, and I'm like, Nani the fudge? Where did this word come from? Whatever it could be, the key to arriving at the truth about this. Also, thank you so much for joining the stream. I'm probably going to be back tomorrow. It's here somewhere, the clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is.
Take that!
As an Oreo, it means a little N. Oh my goodness. Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Just, what is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day. I cannot finish the sentence at the advice of my lawyer. I wish I couldn't either. Breaking news, Latina VTuber Aire is being cancelled for saying the N-word while playing the greatest attorney. It wasn't me! I just read it! They made me read it! Blame the translators. I was under duress. Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was splattered in blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that cannot be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him.
Calling chat little n-words while playing a detective game.
Oh my goodness. Don't worry, Aire. I'll come to your defense on Twitter only to be met with death threats when they drop the Google Doc. A Google Doc. A 50-page Google Doc just confirming the one scene. The one little clip. And just like the rest is just a historical like reference of what where the word derived from. There's no way that that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Jazalil Grit. I beg your pardon? This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing? Oh my goodness, the little thief literally did steal it. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate! In the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime, I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they called me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak, I licked it, I nurtured it, I kept it sealed in a Ziploc bag so I could treasure forever. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. He's so proud of it. He looks like the type to enjoy taking people's beats. Then we can find out for sure whether or not that there's a bloodstain on this Brett's plate. We must examine it. He kept the steak for the shrine. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. If only Celeste were here to confirm. Oh my goodness. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector, the blood man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. Huh? There's no blood! No blood! No blood anywhere! But no! That's... impossible! I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. I was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What a becoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Oh my goodness, more racism. Tusk, I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire, I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. Yes, let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. This sorry-looking steak revealed the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. Oh, we can look at it. Neat. Was the plate I saw or the thought I saw just a figment of my imagination? Well, let's take a look at it. Danny, what the heck is that? Huh? Why in the world is this? I think it's a Kuban coin, and the hallmark is of the Aire era, I believe. No, I don't mean what it is. What is it? I mean, what is it doing here? What is it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoan Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today there's been talk of a Hoan Koban. I've heard of pearls before swans, but I've never heard of bullion and bullion. I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means this isn't the plate. Oh, this is the wrong plate. Honestly, if it was the amount of blood that came out of the professor after being shot, that is too little. I mean, it could. Honestly, yeah. But then again, this is probably like very early weaponry. So the force wasn't even strong enough to shoot through the person's body. So if anything, it probably is enough for the specific weapon of its kind. This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objections? The bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any clues? Any other clues? There's another clue. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. Didn't consider it went through the body or not. Yeah. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I am completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As long as a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of steak is the meat clue found? Underneath the steak. I certainly never expected to find the precious flint underneath this thick cut of meat. It's from the Hoi era, too. Wait, am I supposed to present this? Order steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. Think you may have gotten the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke.
Got it!
Oh. I was supposed to just present it. Good gracious, that's... Oh, Koban? What on earth? A Hoed arrow one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? Honey? What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it. I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of destruction. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Oi Kuban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency, here's counsel. A rare Hoa Kuban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now. By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is up to you who's irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here? The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Koban that was found underneath this steak was... this man! Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and the owner of Rasute, Kiryu Kuretakuta. Kuri, as in Mr. Cucum or something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Even more racism. Yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, where were you going? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoeg Aire Koban, my prized coin. Then this Hoeg Aire Koban, do you mean to tell me? No, please, why would Kurakuta's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense. Which is why I'm asking to bring Kurekuta back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. Bam, 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 bam. I can't believe we've come back round to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. The babies are falling on his mustache. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for little baby Anyo? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Excluded by the police, we were like miserable dogs, forced to bow false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this roster to pay shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, could that, son? Something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasite memory serves, that's... Oh my goodness, it is that! Yes, that's it! The very one! resplendent, splendiferous holy treasure that my rusty ones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, behind this decrepit old fool, put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? I'm not sure it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between the beef steak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my holy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconceivable thing! There couldn't only be one. Excuse me. Can I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Oh yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. Le Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Kurakuta's son's Koban is all too clear. What? It is pretty obvious. I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on the matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Kurakuta's Koban and hid it under the stick?
Take that!
I say, Ayasadosa. Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Ayasadosa. What? How? How dare you? You monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Caravel, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadets? But it wasn't me, it was Aire! Aire was the master. Dun, oh my goodness, it was the baby! Oh my god, look at how sinister his face looks! It was he made me do it! Wait, is he just a very tiny person? Is he just a very tiny person and he's just like he's just posing as a baby just so he has like some sort of really funny alibi? Thank you so much for the hype, Ray. I very much appreciate it. Imagine if the baby starts talking. I know, right? Look at him! That's the guiltiest face you could ever see. What would be really funny if like the baby just jumps up, gets on the witness stand, and like pulls out like a pipe. It pulls out a pipe, starts smoking the pipe. Well, we talked about this. He's smoking the pipe. He's like, he has like a really grump face and everything. Stop posing as babies. Shut up. Oh my goodness. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son? An innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Oh my goodness. Ah! Clippity clop! clap, clippity clap, clippity clap. Ah! The baby isn't going to talk, is it? Oh my goodness. Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Neat. I see. Yes and no, sir. Prepare to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Oh my goodness, I actually thought the baby was going to do any of you know of the extraordinary low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflict remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for low-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork, even. Which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang! Yes, when the professor was shot. I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for that meddling English woman and her damn revenge plot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I knew too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. One double! I slipped it under the steak. Hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time? Well, Miss Brett? Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How ridiculous. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. T-pose for dominance. May the esteemed gentlewoman be please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would clearly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? And as for picking up your stick and biting into it without using a fork and knife, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Despicable. How dare you consume your meat without a fork and a knife? Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness testimony has been answered, she must be a joy to have in bed, guys. Well, she will never enjoy a piece of meat without a fork and knife. Anybody that's interested, just know that she only consumes her meat with a fork and knife. Everybody in chat be like, what? Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony has been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. Wait, what? We're just letting her leave? And good day. Ria Nostre, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett! What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a moment ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction? What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a fork and knife? A knife and fork? Wait. It's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. Wait. Wait! Nani? Oh! These have bite marks! These have bite marks! They've been choked! They've been numb-numbed! This isn't her steak! Her steak was neatly sliced up! Wait! No! This isn't neatly sliced up! This has been undone! Oh my goodness. This is like the Simpsons episode where Mr. Burns got shot and the shooter was mad. Oh my goodness. The steak has been undone! Like it wasn't cut! And Miss Brent's words are truly contradictory. Where's the evidence to prove it? It's in the steak! The steak that Miss Brent had been eating before the professor was killed? Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth are you talking about? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edges of the edge where it's been eating. Oh, Nani! I see you noticed it too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly, Consul? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you could see, there were clear, defined, barbaric teeth marks there. Oh! Ah! It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all. But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry. Oh, you just insulted her. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. She can't bring herself to admit to such a lie. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course. This will all be over in a blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in this place. Just leave everything. I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacle samurai relic. Oh, of course. Dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes, now at last, it all comes together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had literally been eaten with cutlery. The reason why bloodstain I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. This isn't her steak, and more importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been? What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist. This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? It can't be. I don't believe you have it. I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence? Once again, Satoru Hosonaga. He said he had the other guy's steak as well. The answer's obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the steak with the teeth marks. Yes? Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak, and as well as admitting to stealing Kurokuta's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I mustn't put it also. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Question! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still, I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me handling her meat to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. But that makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant splits the two steaks over? You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, when I saw that civilian happen right over my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hit the point underneath it. But then, when the waiter announced he was an undercover police, I thought I had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have... I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die. I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Honestly, you know what? You know what's really funny? I just imagine Nosa being Terra and the baby being Vita. However, via not cross Etoson. What now? I swear on the brass buttons on my uniform, that is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant. So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plate over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. The inspectors looked at him with like, yes, that follows. Inspector Hosanaga. Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the Sargis. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Ah. Oh my goodness, this chewing on it. That's correct. Then please, present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. What could that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? It can't have the slightest bearing on the case. No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you now. You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate, that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splatter of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. You so excited to show us meat. Sorry for keeping you. Here's the other steak and its plate. Oh my goodness, there's blood on it. Oh, and it's so neatly cut. The blood stain. It's totally visible, look. Bam, 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 bam. Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. And I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Ms. Joselie Bell Brett. It's you! Bum, bum, bum. Ah! Even the swan looks concerned. Outdone by a Japanese? By a Japanese schoolboy? No. No. No! Wait, was that a living, breathing swan this entire time? And there was another one? I'm still young. How many birds does she have in there? Hey! Oh, look at that! There's so many chickadees everywhere! Oh, there's a little black one right there, too. Oh my goodness, this is so adorable! Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett. And that kid's was the birth of Aire. Oh my goodness. I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. Wait, there's more? Then we just prove everything? It was I who took the professor's life using karate. As you surmise, I chose that particular date for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because karate is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter. But the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right. There were two guns. He actually called it with, where the gun was hidden. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Place where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, bang! That's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point, he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point, the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd pick up the gun. So there you have it. This is the entirety of my misdemeanor. It's hardly much of a misdemeanor, but sure. Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? Nani? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san, for almost getting me arrested for murder. You know what? She's pretty. I suppose we could forgive her. I don't know what we're forgiving her for, but sure. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be. Takatsuchi Aichi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. I can write for the team. You can't do that. You have two bunny women. Well, you have two bunny women and a growing family, an overwhelming growing family. You'd better start getting used to tough opposition. Ryunosuke, Naruhodo. Yes. This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten. They've been asking for a third wife. I'm sure that's not true. You become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Oh my goodness. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Oh my goodness. He cut his samurai haircuts. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Wait, but he isn't a Naruhodo, though. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it's only been a few short decades since our country opened its door to the wider world, but the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. Yeah, those fancy dresses back then can hide all kinds of things. For example, in the French Revolution, an assassin had a knife in the breast part of her dress. No one saw the knife because her breasts were huge, like anime decap huge. Oh my goodness. You know, it also reminds me of like that one scene from Pirates of the Caribbean. Hi, PT. Welcome to the stream. We just finished the first case of the Great Ace Attorney. Yeah, we're doing our first playthrough. And this first case, oh my goodness, this first case was actually kind of wild. I got jury duty next month. Meaningful pain. No, wait, you might actually be able to see some courtroom dramas. Anything, like whatever happens, be sure to report to us. I always wonder what jury duty was like. Never had to do it before. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Suge. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. The mission? Who's that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? And you, I sense, how can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Last time when I had jury duty, I had to get more aggressive with one of the other jurors because he was just trying to cause chaos. Nani, not a confrontational person feels that, man. Oh my goodness. Like what kind of craziness were they trying to do? It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo not guilty. Yatta! Oh my goodness, like sakura blossoms! Yatta! Court is now adjourned. Everybody get out. Everybody get out right now. We should go up to the bailiffs and taunt them, like, really badly. Like, you said we were guilty, but here we are proving our innocence. What do you have to say about that now? Huh? Well, you have anything to say, you little prick? Like, every time we came to a decision as a group, he'd say something at the last minute to disagree. Yeah, at that point, you should just be like, well, that's one vote, and we don't care. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Wait, isn't it in the situation where, like, the jury, the jurors had to all agree before they come to a conclusion? Ryunosuke, he finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yomi University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do any... Thank you so much. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Burt's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotaba, judicial assistant to the defense. It wasn't a murder case, so it didn't need to be unanimous decision. I forget what the percentage it was. I think it was 10 out of 12 or 13 jurors had to agree to reach the verdict. Ah, I see. Well, you have to hate it when somebody is there just to be a nuisance. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. But thank you, Professor. Oh, PT, did you also have to, like, sit, like, in like a bench? For, like, do you listen to the proceedings? How's that like? Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invented Dr. Wilson to Yomi University, wasn't it? Hello, Gaite. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're enjoying your time. How are you? Having a good day? We're in the middle of playing the Great Ace Attorney, and it's my first playthrough, so I'm going into this very blind. Professor Mikotaba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Not anymore, apparently. Oh yeah, we listen to the testimonies. If we got to see the lawyers fight, oh my goodness, that must have been interesting. How's your day going? It's going pretty well. I'm having a lot of fun, like, exploring the game. Ooh, I also, one of my chatters also just told me that there's a new My Little Pony TCG that was released, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I have to look into this and maybe buy some cards. And some of the cards actually do look very interesting. It was basically a workplace injury case. Oh, MLP. Oh yeah? Yeah! My Little Pony! It's a brand new card game that only has like 3 sets released at the moment. I did not know there was that. All I remember is that My Little Pony did have the CCG like a long time ago. And then that got discontinued after a while. Is Rainbow Dash still the best pony? I have no idea. There's only been 3 sets, and I literally just learned about it like today. So I don't even know what the meta deck even is, or how the game even functions. Like, I just saw that there's some cards that have like effects and can do things, I guess. Other than that, I don't even know how the game is even supposed to be played. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I've learned all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Sogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is a sword. This blade shows me where I need to go. Imagine walking around London carrying a katana and cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what happened to the woman? To Dazzly Britt, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. Shanghai, Nani? What's Shanghai? Dazzly Bread will not appear in court again in this country, I'm certain of that. What? Well, why not? It's a matter of consular judication. Inspector Hosonaga? It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? Counselor's jurisdiction. We cannot try this particular foreigner for crimes here in Japan, but it was committed on Japanese soil. Why not? What? We can't try her? But then who's going to bring him to justice? A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. But why is a consular's court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now, that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular's court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. She must be someone like very like high ranking or something. So Miss Britt can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan? I'm afraid that the young student... Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Britt. They're obviously taking this case of foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's not going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming. We're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor, you're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Reuniste's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. Bum. In that case, might I suggest Le Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. Is he just allowed to just give free food and drinks? Or there's something hard for her? Pretty British lady, yes, you can go. Oh my goodness, that would be so hilarious if that was the case. Of course, the Carnival's food is second to none. I mean, somebody died recently there. I should go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yes, thank you. So Jezalo Brett won't be tired. Try it here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Why did she kill her? We never found that out. Kazuma. Yes, Miyanosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. You know what? It would be very interesting if she was actually an assassin. She was an assassin and Dr. Wilson was just somebody that the government needed to get rid of. And that's why they're saying now, oh yeah, we'll try her, trust, wink wink. We'll try her very, very fairly. And don't worry that she won't get away with it, wink. Ha ha ha. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean? That's the point. Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like he believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in, and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something anyone can do. Sure, buddy, totally. Well, that's not something anybody can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, you face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth, and in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Oh? What's this? It sounds serious. What is... Ah! You're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Oh yes, that too. Bum, 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 bum. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato Tsutata-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But no more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Oh my goodness. That is a great place to put a cliffhanger. Honestly, I was not expecting the first trial to be this long. But and that'll be it. Let's see. And yeah, that'll be it for today. Thank you all so very much. It's actually way later than I was expecting it to be. I didn't think the first trial would be this long. But yeah, let me go ahead and turn. My goodness. Boop, 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 boop. But yeah, that'll be it. Ah, my goodness. Best of luck for your AC. What do you mean? The AC is just fine. Well, it's been fine for the last week. Ever since it got fixed. Hopefully there's no problems or any further complications with the AC. But so far it's been pretty much back to normal. But yeah, hopefully we have no further problems. But yeah, thank you all so very much for dropping by. Today was a lot of fun. I actually got to play the Great Ace Attorney for the first time, and quite frankly, I'm enjoying the characters a lot right now. I especially enjoy Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Well, he's been really fun. He was a really funny character to kind of lead the story. Yeah, the way that we actually got to see his little progression from the start of the court case was actually really interesting. He went from being extremely nervous to being more focused and getting more locked in as the trial progressed. So to the point where when he first started, he was just raising his hand. He was just raising his hand for attention, but then towards the end, he started finger pointing. He started doing the finger points with objections and everything. It was so interesting. He just started doing that. I'm like, shit. He's pointing the finger. So yeah, it was really nice to see that. It was so interesting. I really enjoyed it. And then so Kazuma actually seems like a very interesting mentor type character. I just was expecting him to be a little bit older, being kind of how Mia was for Phoenix, where she was actually a full-fledged lawyer, and to have another person be super young and that confident. I don't know. I think we just have to see the rest of the story in order to kind of get a better, more formal grasp of who he is as a character. I also thought the Inspector Chai was really silly too. 23 is not young. Well, I don't know how old he is. Oh, 23. Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure he was. Wait, was he 23 or 24? I think he 24 years old, wasn't he? Anyways, he was still in school. That was the thing. That was the point I was making. He was still in school. He wasn't a full-fledged lawyer. Like, he had the certification to be a lawyer, but he was still attending school at the time. So yeah. And he's old like me. Wait, goodness. Imagine like back in the day, people would go up to you and be like, you're old if you're like 20 years old. And not only that, there's been times when like we would actually look at somebody that was like 20 and we'd be like, oh my goodness, he's so old. Like don't you remember when you were kids and you saw somebody that was like over double digits and you were like, they're so old. Like anybody that wasn't in school was basically a fossil to people, to kids. Like, I will never be that old. I will never be that old. I will be young forever. And then adulthood kids and they're like, oh no, I'm old. But and then the shoe is on the other foot. Now the kids are looking at them and they're like, oh my goodness, you're so old. And then once kids start telling you that you're old, you're like, oh no, I'm so old. Second cousins were aunts and uncles to me. No, I am not that status. You are, though. You are. The kids will, once you run into some kids, they'll be like, oh my god, you're so old. Like it happens at least once in everybody's life when you finally realize that. I am that status. Like, don't worry, you are that status. Whether you acknowledge or not, you're already there. But yeah. Oh, I also heard I heard something very interesting recently on the internet.com. I heard about the situation with Bao, which honestly I just think it's really silly that people are like the Bao situation is crazy. Also, this is in the wrong spot. Oop. Yeah, everybody was saying the Bao situation is crazy. Like it's so insane what Bao is doing. And I'm like, what did Bao do that's so crazy? In case anybody is unaware, Bao the whale Vtuber. Yeah, apparently she did something very recently, and everybody's like going crazy over it. What, a face reveal of Bao? Apparently, it's not even that really. Because she's always been doing like live streams of like body streams and everything. She did like cooking streams. She did all the like so many like IRL kind of like streams. Like it was like something unheard of. I'm like, yeah, she's been doing that for like I think a year now. And then recently she people started losing their minds because she actually like removed the Vtuber tag from her Twitch channel. And everybody like, oh my god, she removed the Vtuber tag. And I'm like, okay, so she doesn't want to be a Vtuber anymore. What's the problem? What's the problem? Anybody can like switch between like being a Vtuber or not. It's kind of whatever. I mean, K-Son knows it. K-Son does live streams as well as like Vtuber streams. I'm pretty sure like when she does like video game stuff, she does like she streams with her Vtuber model, and then when she does like just chatting streams, she usually just uses her face like normally. Later VTuber word on her Twitter. It's not bad at all. I don't understand why people are freaking out over it. That was just the thing. It's not even a bad thing. It's like it's whatever, you know? Please tell me you guys are joking about our plays. What's wrong with our plays? Like, we were just looking into it. That's about it. I honestly don't know anything about it. Like, all I really have heard about it is just ASMR. That's about it. And, like, from what I understand, it's supposed to be like supposed to be just a VTuber space. That's about it. ASMR Central. Okay. Like, you realize everybody has like a focus on every platform. It's just the platform has other stuff as well. Other than that, we've just been looking into it. We haven't really actually done too much, like, on it. So yeah, I just thought it was kind of weird. Like, is it so bizarre? If you think about it, it makes sense because of like everything that she's been through as a VTuber. Because like, if I remember correctly, there were several instances where Bao has lost thousands of dollars because of her VTuber aesthetics. Like, for example, she did like a subathon and she was supposed to make like a video, like a video for her community, and apparently the person who was working on that video, it was supposed to be a fully animated video. The person working on it has been delaying it over and over again, and she started asking like, how long is this going to take? How long is this going to be? Etc. etc. And then like they never got back to her, and I think at some point they ghosted her, and she lost out on like thousands of dollars because of that. And there was realistically nothing she could do because of like the VTuber tag kind of like restricted her ability to even do anything. Because if she pursued any sort of lawsuit under her name, she had to legally reveal her face as well as all of her information in order to take it to court. Which, as a VTuber, she literally, it was completely against like the point of being a VTuber. Like, she was just completely doxing herself. And so there are some like weaknesses to being a VTuber. Like, let's say somebody decides to like take my model and use it for themselves. I literally would not be able to fight against them because of like my aesthetic, my position as a VTuber. Because I would have to like do a face reveal. I have to give all information. My whole information would be just out to the public, and yeah, that would just be completely bad. And it's bad. It's especially bad for like larger content creators. You never want people to know where you live because all sorts of terrible things can happen to you. And if that happens, well, then you're just gonna have to move away to somewhere else. And a lot of people have had to do that. But I think with the face reveal, I think it's probably because she's just tired of having to spend all that money on all these things when she could just use her own face for free. Like, no more buying outfits, special outfits, no more doing like special covers, etc. Like, all of that is like saving thousands of dollars on like whatever it is that she wants to do. It makes sense if you think about it that way. Like, I think that could possibly be one of the things that she's like aiming for like this change. And if that's the case, I really don't see that big of a problem with it. Like, it just makes a lot of sense. And then you have other people like Kason who like just enjoys both aesthetics. Like, as Kason just enjoys being VTuber as well as FleshTuber. Like, I think she has like a good mix of like both of them. And you really can't hate her for it. Like, she just really likes both aesthetics. And I mean, you can do just both, or you can just focus on one. I've seen a lot of VTubers switch from being like VTubers to being FleshTubers. Like, it's very common, and it's like the fact that people are going so crazy over Bao doing it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like, let her do what she wants. If you don't like it, just don't watch her. Like that's all you really have to do. It is for the weak. It just doesn't make any sense. Like it's whatever. She wants to get out of the VTubing career. That's completely up to her. Not only that, but it's also like in that sort of sense. Like, what are you gonna do when she wants to retire? Are you gonna like beg her to continue streaming? It's better to judge as someone who's worth your sight. I mean, to these people, Bao is worth their sight. But yeah, if she were to ever like stop streaming, what are they gonna do? They're gonna like keep her hostage and like make it so that she has to keep streaming? Like that's not up to you. Like she's still streaming, so it is what it is. Sounds like a sad sap for real. It kinda is, honestly. Like, I think this is like what they refer to as like unicorns, where like they just really desire the person to remain the way that they are. It's kind of like how when Gargura graduated. When Gargura graduated, people were petitioning Hololive to release her model, so that she would remain Gargura even as an indie. And it's like, that's a nice sentiment, but it's never gonna happen. Yeah, like Hololive will never give up any rights to their models, because those models, I mean, they make money. Like they can still sell Gargura merch even without Saba's like consent. And we've actually seen that happen with Matara, where when Montara, she was actually like a VTuber for Niji Sanji under the guise of oh my goodness, it's been so long I can't remember her name. But like she was the kitsune VTuber from the Niji Sanji. But yeah, when she was released from Niji Sanji, when she finally left, Niji Sanji actually contacted her saying, "Hey, we're going to be selling merch of your VTuber model." And she's like, "Oh, thanks for asking, but no, I don't want you to do that." And they're like, "Oh, we're not asking, we're just letting you know that we're doing it." And she's like, "Oh, are you saying that because I'm gonna get a cut?" And they're like, "No, then why are you telling me?" Like, just cause. So yeah, I don't understand why they even bothered telling her if she wasn't gonna get a cut, or if she even had a say in it. Well, like, I feel like it was just them rubbing it in her face for some reason. Similar example, patents. Well, it is the patent. If I were to create an invention and patent it, that patent is owned by my company. If anything can be claimed by the company. Yeah, it's basically just that. Like, they own the rights to the models. For the most part, the only agency that didn't do that was like Bishoujo, and I think B Reverie, they actually released Nova's model, but I think she had to pay a lot of money in order to do that. But Bishoujo, you just had the rights to the model, and then I know Glitch Stars gives rights to the models as well. It's like, it's your model, it's yours. When you leave, you get to take your model with you. And then I want to say that Base Connect also has that, but I don't think so. And then I don't know about any of the other companies. Like, I just really know about Base Connect and Bishoujo. But yeah, oh, that's right. There was actually a video that I wanted to watch in regards to Bishoujo. Yeah, it was interesting. Kate-san actually had like a follow-up in regards to like the Bishoujo thing. Apparently, it was really funny. We can actually watch that before we end stream. You guys want to see the really silly things that Bishoujo is doing? Like, actually, it's not even, I don't even know if you could say it was like Bishoujo anymore. It's just someone somewhere doing something. It's honestly kind of really silly. Let's see. Another X, if someone trustful can have your models for the purpose of dissecting the model and or use for fun privately, I think you could send your models to Mizu for BTS testing on his laptop. Wait, what happened? Where was it? Did I not save it? Oh, I don't think I saved it. Let's see. There it is.
業界で
There we go. And where is it? There it is. Oh. All right. So yeah, this is a video posted by Kason in regards to like Bishoujo. It's called 1 year after the Bishoujo
One
fallout.
whole year since 美少女 fucked up 美少女が事実上ぶっ壊れてから
She's glitching.
1年がちょうど
It's been a year since the Bishoujo
経ちまし
fiasco.
た。具体的に言うと V 少女
To be specific, they still haven't declared bankruptcy. Isn't that wild? Then again, this is California. Maybe they can't declare
自
bankruptcy.
体はまだ倒産とかそういう
So it's not yet over
手
for
続き
them.
をしてない
Oh, thank you for letting me know. Thank you.
ので壊れてはいないのかもし
Not
れ
just
ないんで
yet,
すけど
but
ちょうど1年前ぐらいに
It
V
was
少
about a
女
year
はも
ago
う事実
that they lost
上
everything.
存在しなくなりました。どうも皆さんケイソンです。今回ちょうど1年が経ったってことで、まあいろいろあれからどうしてんの大丈夫っていう方に向けて動画をちょっと作らせていただこうと思いました。ご存知の方も多いと思うんですけど、軽く説明させていただくと、私のマネジ
There was an agency that managed me, and she's basically explaining what
メ
happened
ン
right
ト
now.
をしていた会社がございまして、案件の手配ですとかグッズを発売してくださる時のまあいろいろ裏の準備とかそういうのをしてもらってた会社で V 少女っていうところがございまして、そこにね一時所属させていただいてたんですけれども、去年の今
I think she was there for like 2 or 3 years, I think.
頃にその V 少女が所属タレントから、めちゃくちゃに横領をして
They stole a huge amount of money from the towns. And I remember a lot of the members actually saying that they noticed that their checks they haven't been receiving the usual checks that they were told they were supposed to get. Like, Kei-san specifically did mention that they owed her enough money that she could buy a Ferrari.
でそのまんま失踪したっていう形で本当に突然だったので何にもわからない状態で1年前の私はどういうことみたいにもうなるしかなかったので、まああれからね大丈夫なのかって話なんですけれども、あれからというか一度もないんで
So at the moment, they've been ghosting her, for whatever
すけ
reason.
ど、あれ以降も何もあれがある最中
Till now, total
も
silence.
少女側からタレント
Not even a single DM to
への
me
連
to
絡とか一
explain.
切なくて、もうそのまんま
Felt like they've been ready to
消えたみ
disappear.
たいな感じで、なんか
So wait, so how did they get away with for a while? I think there was like enough trust between them and their agents, and their talents that, the talents were like, oh, maybe they'll get it to me next time. Oh, maybe they'll get it to me next time. And then it's like, maybe something's weird going on around here. And it turns out that Bishoujo had been like kind of plotting for like their exit strategy for like a very good while. And now they just disappear off the face of the map. And I think they were like harassing Kason in order to pay for a lot of the things that they needed in order to like call for bankruptcy and all this other stuff. And she was like, no, I'm not doing that. And you know what's actually kind of funny? I remember Zentrea actually making like a tweet. And I think this was like in regards to like a special event that was happening with Bishoujo. She actually made a tweet where she was saying, yeah, let me become the CEO. I will be able to run things much better. And then people were like saying, lol. And then she actually posted right after that and she's like, I'm serious. And I wonder if she was actually serious. Like, could you imagine if the CEO of Bishoujo actually put like Zentrea in charge of Bishoujo? Like how much different things possibly could have like happened if she was in charge? Like would it still have fallen out, but like in a much gentler way? Or would it still be kind of like a flow? Like, isn't that like such an interesting like sort of question to be raised if Zentrea actually like did take control of Bishoujo at that point? I wonder.
帰りの弁護士
They hired an attorney
さ
for
んから
the
ちょいちょい連
agent,
絡が来てたり
so we had some
はしてたん
conversation,
ですけれども、それもなんか消滅
but it didn't solve
し
much
て、その弁
problems.
護士さんもなんか
Turns out even the lawyer hadn't been paid. The lawyer she was communicating wasn't
金も
paid.
らってなかったらしくて、あ、もうやめますみたいな。そうだよね、弁護士さんだってお
They can't even pay the lawyer to file
金
bankruptcy.
かかるしね、普通に考えたら。なので、今どうなっ
I have no idea what they're
てる
gonna
か
do
全くわから
about it.
ないんですけれども、とりあえず横領したまんま消えた。
Embezzled and gone. I think this is like a rope pull sort of situation where they're like, they knew that their company was going under, so they kind of just grabbed whatever they could and hightailed it out. This sounds like a case from Ace Attorney. It's kind of
っ
does.
ていう状態で、私の方はそこからもうずっとマネちゃんと二人
I'm doing all my business
三
with
脚
my
でやらせて
manager.
いただいてます。うちのマネージャーのママ
My
ネちゃ
manager,
んは
Mama,
文章上に所属する前から
Mama ね
私と一緒に
has worked for
や
me
ってた
before
人
I
なの
joined
で、文章
Bishoujo.
上にお世話になってた時も文章上の社員でやってたんですけども、そこから抜けた後は
So she managed to keep her manager, which is actually nice. She likes her manager so much. She's like, I'm taking my manager whether you like it or not. Grateful to still have her as my personal
私個人
manager.
のマネージャーとして今も一緒にやっていっています。あれからいろんな人も
For me, I had a hard time trusting
会社
people
も
and
結
companies.
構信じられなくなっちゃって、人ってどうやって信用すんだ
Can't remember how I did it. You know, this actually affected Kason quite heavily because when the whole fallout with Solan Tatsuki and Nijisa Sanji happened, a lot of people were very concerned about like other talents from other companies. Because like when that happened, everybody's like, "Oh my goodness, are you okay? Are you doing okay in your company?" And I remember a lot of like talents from like Hololive, Phase Connect, and all over the place. They were all saying, "Oh, don't worry, we're fine. Like it's not perfect, but it's like they're not abusing us in any sort of way." And I remember Bishoujo, especially Kason. She was saying that everything is perfectly fine, that she's doing amazing in Bishoujo, and she actually hard defended Bishoujo, like supremely hard. She's like Bishoujo is so good. Like they help me with all of this stuff. They have agents that like I can call people and then they'll call people and they'll get everything set up and et cetera, et cetera. But like she was advocating for Bishoujo harder than anybody else in the company. So the fact that they did this to her, like really, really damaged her. And I think now she's like super hard it's super hard to like trust anybody at the moment for her. And it makes sense. I can't blame her for that. We had a hard time trusting people. I've not seen anything that makes me respect my boss as an engineer. And the only thing that to respect is the title. Like to her, like they actually had her trust. That's the sad thing. They had her trust. She was fighting for Bishoujo the hardest out of everybody in Bishoujo. And for them to just turn around and do that to her, and to not only that, they also even like tried to coerce money out of her. It was such a like a mask off sort of situation. And I wouldn't blame her if she never recovers from that.
みたいな、結構人間不信、会社不信、全てにおいて不信みたいになっちゃってたんですけど。
Yeah, can't trust anything these days, you
大変
know?
でしたね。よかったら、
I was very
全
grateful to
然
have
事務所とかそういうの
many
関係なく
people
うちと仕事をしてく
still wanting to work with me,
ださ
like
いって言って
sponsors
案件
and
くださると
artists.
ころとかもたくさんあって、本当にね、個人としてはめちゃくちゃ充実した生活を今でも送らせていただいてるんで、その件に関してなんかいろいろ
So the
問
situations
題が
hasn't
とか
changed.
裁判がとかなんかそういうのは全然なく
No
て、む
trials
し
or
ろそこ
nothing
にも
going
至っ
on.
てないみたいな感じ
Bishoujo
で、
is
た
still
だ
a
まあ
mess.
私の方は忘れ
Also, is it really loud? I just noticed I think it's like super loud. Yeah, the backstab was real. It was terrible.
ではないけど平和にやらせてもらってますってことだけね、まず報告させていただいて。ただやっぱりこの業界ちょっと闇深いな
This industry of entertainment definitely has a
って思っ
dark
た
side.
のが V 少女の件があった
Right after
直
the
後
V
ぐ
Shoujo
らいに
incident
ぜ
happened,
ひうちとお仕事をしていただきたい
there was a company who wanted to work
で
with me.
す。まあいろいろありましたけど大変そうですけど、ぜひやりましょうって言ってく
Oh, don't
だ
worry
さ
about
っ
us
て、
at
う
all.
ちの会社は全然安心してくださいって言ってた
There was
会
no
社
chance
さ
we'll
ん
be
が
like V Shoujo.
一
So
緒
we
に
did
映
some
像を撮
field
る仕
work,
事をさせていただいて、
a bunch
私
of
も収録と
videos,
か出かけたり結構大
did
事
some
でい
recording.
ろいろやらせていただいた
So
んで
many
すけ
people
ど、
were
そ
involved
こ
in it.
で関わってくださってた方
What happened
が
was,
途中で飛んで、し
a
かも
man just
私と一緒に
disappeared.
取材
Who was the head of all the videos and recording? The person in charge of the entire project just suddenly
とかね、
disappeared.
もう本当いろんな方々を巻き込んでやった取材とかのデータ
Just vanished with all the recorded data
を
we
そのま
worked
ま持った
on.
まま消えたらしくって失踪で、ま
Gone.
あ結局表に出ることなく
In the end, the project itself had to shut down.
いやうちは絶対大丈
There's no chance you'll be like me, Jojo.
夫なんで笑顔で言ってたあの顔全然忘れられないんですけど、はい、そんなこともあってやっぱこの業界闇深いなって普通
This industry has a dark side. If anything, it's like the more things change, the more they say the more they say the same.
そこはちなみに本当に未払いとかはなくて
Nothing was
物
underpaid
と
there,
して
by the
は表
way. It didn't
に
come
は
out as a
出な
thing.
かったんですけれども、あいつがなんか全部映像とか全部
He
持って
ditched
飛んだ
everything
せいで
with
すいま
all
せ
the
んすいま
footage.
せん
So everything. Please take the money anyway. Oh my goodness. So the company that she was working with didn't like run out of money. The person who had all the recorded data, he just took all the recorded data and left. And everybody else was kind of like just standing around being like, what do we do now? We spent weeks working on these videos, these films and everything. And now we have nothing to work with. So either we restart from scratch or we just cancel the project altogether. And right here, she said that they're like, okay, we're just going to cancel everything. Here's your money. Sorry for taking up your time, which is actually kind of nice. It's at least she still got compensated for her time. About reacting the first 5-10 minutes of IGN's top 25 JRPGs. Next, oh yeah, we can do that. Ooh, Mizu, you wanna get on a Discord call and we can have you like chatting while we do
お
that.
金をお支払いします。ちゃんとお支払いします。大変申し訳ありませんでした。
We apologize for what happened.
責任を取ってくださったんで問題は起きなかったんですけど、最終的にまあその会社
I had to see
さん
another
が
company making
そ
a
のスタッ
mess.
フの尻を拭ったんですけど、まあ闇だなって思いました。普通にこういうこと普通にあるんで
Dark side in a row.
はい、結構普通にありますマジで。
This sort of thing happens normally
エ
in
ンタ
this
メ業界
industry.
怖い。いやこの業界ってね、結構ね、もう不適合者の集まりなんだよマジで。一般社会でやっていけないからこの業界来ましたみたいな。
Got kicked out of the normal
ガチ
society.
でそういう人が
Oh
本
mind,
当
let
にめ
me
ちゃく
just
ちゃ
set
多いん
up
ですよ。
my stuff.
私も
Alrighty
その
then,
一
we
人です。
have this video right here.
私
Well,
はど
I'm
ちらか
more
という
like
と一般社会でやっていけない人
It's
こ
pure
こで
crazy
やって
here.
いけてる人がここだとしたら、どち
And
らかと
normal's
いうとや
here.
っていけてる人より
I'm
も
somewhat
この辺なんですけど、
around here.
やっていくには相当
Where I have to force myself in
な
mental
精神
pain
的
to be
苦痛を
normal.
自らに強いるみたいな、そういうタイプの人間だったんで、この業界来れてめちゃくち
Honestly, I kind of get that. Where like I also feel like I'm somewhere in between like crazy and normal, which I think I'm leaning a little bit more to crazy because I just don't like being normal. Like if anything, like there's the two extremes. You're either crazy or you're normal, and if you're normal, then you anything beyond normal is just crazy to you. And if you're crazy, anything beyond crazy is just normal to you. And it's like if you're normal, you're crazy. So it's like being in the middle between those two is actually a pretty nice spot.
ゃ嬉しいし、
I feel you. I don't feel normal. Yeah, you don't want to be normal, to be honest. You don't want to be totally normal, and you don't want to be totally crazy either.
全然ね後悔してないし、奪われたものよりも
No regrets. Gain a lot more than what I
こ
lost
の
coming
業
into this
界に来
industry.
て得たものの方が 100%、150%
100, 150%.
2000% 多いんでいいかなって感じなんですけど、 YouTuber、インフル
People, my
エンサー
YouTubers
と
and
か憧れの世界だと
influencers.
思うんですけど、闇ですよ。
But don't ignore the dark side. I think a lot of people are kind of like that, honestly, where a lot of people admire and they will never question or criticize like their streamers or the people that they follow on influence, like on the internet. And it's kind of like when something happens with like a celebrity, people are like, oh my goodness, it's perfectly fine. We still love you. We will never change you. We would never change you. And people are like that with influencers and YouTubers as well.
闇、本当にもう真っ黒。ただやっぱね、
Not only that, if I remember correctly, there were some people that were like with like Nini Sanji and with like Hololive, where people were like, oh my goodness, I know it was terrible there, but like, please go back. Like, stay as the person that you are. I don't want you to be anybody else other than like the character that you were playing while you were in those companies. And I feel like a lot of people are kind of just like that, and they don't really think about the health of like the talent in question. They only really care about like what they want. Luckily, the vast majority of people are not like that. A lot of people are like, oh, if you are feeling bad, leave. Go out, find happiness. Like most viewers just wish for the happiness of the people that they follow. Pitch Black, damn, she is serious if she describes it like that. Yeah. You want total chaos? This is the
ちょっ
place.
と面白くはある、正直。ネタにはこと書か
You'll
ない。
never run out of content, that's for
み
sure.
たいな、普通に働いてたら絶対あり
Thing that should never happen happens
えないような
every
ことが
day.
平気で起こる。起こっちゃう。起こしてくるもん、本当に。頭大丈夫みたい
Some people
な。
really make you question
まあで
humanity.
も引き続きね、事
True.
務所っていうバック
Even though I don't have an
が
agency
全然
behind
ないに
me,
もかかわらず、いろんな方々が関わっ
so many people have stepped in to help
て、支え
help
ら
and
れて、
support me.
全然楽しくやっていけてます。ありがとうございます。
That includes you
先日
too.
は個人
Thank you so much. And an indie Magic the M&G was M&G.
的にイベントもさせていただいて、まあ
last
これから
day.
やること全部個人
Meet and greet. Oh my goodness. I can't believe I couldn't understand meet and greet. Everything I'm going to do from now on is all indie, by the way.
個人って言わなくてもいいぐらいめっちゃ個人なんですけど、
I'm so on
もう
my
大
own
成
now.
功で楽しいイベントさせていただきまして、イベントで
Had a great time there. Making money with an event to have
またイベ
another
ントやるって
event.
感じで、今後はね、イベント創業で、自転車創
Having
業、
fun,
イベント創業でやらせていただきたいと思います。ファンの方と交流
An opportunity to
する機
interact
会っ
with
て、
with
私
fans.
すごい貴重だし、
It's so
大好
precious.
き
I
だ
love
し、
it. It's
楽
fun.
しいし、結構闇深い業
It's a
界
pretty
です
dark
けど、
industry,
まあ
but
私の方は楽しく変わらずやらせていただいてます
I'm
よ
having
ってことで、おかげさまで総長もね
Sochu's having
楽しく
fun
やらせて
too.
もらってるんで、本当にね、IP とか奪われてなくてよかったなっていう
I'm glad I didn't get my IP taken. I think a lot of people are happy that her IP wasn't
微
taken.
症状関連 年で唯一マジで良かったことは IP を取られてなかったこと。あれ取られてたらマジ V 少女がなくなった時点で総長っていうアイデンティティそのまま消えなきゃいけなかったんで、一緒に。だからそれだけ本当に良かったなとは思ってますね。
Yeah, I was like the good thing about Bishoujo is that they literally they had like the safeguard that you get to keep your IP. That was like the best thing about Bishoujo at the time. Some other companies now do that, but like for the most part, Bishoujo was the only big one that actually had that was like well known for it.
かわいいねこれ本当に。結構質問で言われたのが、またどっかにグループ組んだりとか所属することはありますかっていうのがよく聞かれるんですけど、まあそれはちょっと今難しいよね。
Yeah, trust issues. She no longer trusts agencies anymore. Which, once again, we really can't blame her. Like, after everything that happened with her, nobody blames her for not trusting any agency whatsoever.
別になんか誰かと一緒に何かをやることには何の抵抗もないんですけど、そこになんか金銭的ななんか何かが発生するのはもう嫌かも。案件とかお仕事は別ですよ。どっかに所属してそこからお仕
She's open to sponsorships, but she's never going to join an
事をもらう
agency.
代わりにこれの報酬の何%をみたいなそういう関係にはもう
You know what? It would be very interesting if she decided to open up her own agency rather than joining an agency. It would be even funnier if she decided to just call it Bishoujo. Like she's the new Bishoujo,
誰
guys.
ともなりたくないので、まあ個人的にね楽しくやっていくかなって感じですね。どっかに所属してた方がいろんな大きな機会をいただけるってことは絶対にそっちの方が有利だし、そういうのを逃すことになるんじゃないのと言われたらそれはそうかもしれないんですけども、なんかもう今は自分の心の安定とかそういうのの方が優先。人
So she knows she's missing out on a lot of opportunities, but she wants stability in her heart first and wants to be happy. Having fun in life means more to me now.
生の楽しさとか優先。もうなんか私なんか一生分の承認欲求もう満たされたからさ、なんかもうありがとうって感じ。
Choo. Well, she's one of the more well-respected VTubers in the sphere. So I think she has more than enough validation.
もうなんかみんな本当にもう満たしてくれてるから十分。あまり欲張っちゃいけないねって思ってます。だからこれ以上はなんか上を目指すっていうか、まずはちゃんと自分の信用とか実績とかそういうのを作り直さなきゃいけないなって時間かけて。私は間違ったところを信用しちゃったし、その信用したところをいいところだよっていう風にもいろんな人に言っちゃったから、なんかそういう意味でお前の感覚どうなってんのっていうのはやっぱり崩れたと思ってる。
Oh, isn't that sad? She lost so much confidence that she can't really trust herself either.
自分で。そう、私も自分の感覚を信じられないし、まずそこを自分の目の前のね一個一個の仕事を大切にやっていくことによって、だからどでかい企業さんとどでかいなんかタイアップ案件みたいなのはできないかもしれないけれど、ちっちゃな信用からこう取り戻していって、なんかこれ別に私はなんか悪いことしたわけじゃないんだけど、でもそういうもんだと思うんで、地道に努力していって最終的に大きなことがねでっかくできるようになるまで今は時間かける時期かなと思っています。なので引き続き皆さんね応援していただけたら嬉しいかなと思いつつ、感謝もしつつ生きてる、そんな感じの近況でございます。ちょうど去年の今頃はね結構絶望してて、どう
Boy, she's becoming crazy cat lady. I had no idea what I was going to do with my
みたいになって
future.
たんですけど、まあ意外とね時間経つとね忘れるもんですね。なんかあんなこともあったなぐらいに今慣れてるのが良かったなって思ってます。これも全部皆さんが応援してくれて。
Honestly, moving on is probably the hardest thing that a lot of people tend to have trouble with. The fact that she's kind of like getting in that first step where it's like, I just need to move along. Like, I just need to forget every mistake I made is actually a really good
い
start.
るおかげなので本当にありがとうございます。本当にありがとうございます。これからもね、私がどこを目指していくのかはまあ流れって感じですけども、まあ応援していただけたら嬉しいのでよろしくお願いします。よろしくね。よろしく。
Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. So, really, really happy for her. It's also really silly that, like, the situation between her and Bishojo was like, they were if I remember correctly, they were like harassing her for quite a bit. Like asking her for money and everything in order for them to pay like lawyers and stuff. And then it turns out the lawyer that was like bothering her for like the longest time, turns out he wasn't even getting paid for bothering her in the first place. It was so ridiculous. Like at some point, like the lawyer was like, "Well, I'm not getting paid for this. I'm just gonna just leave right there." Alrighty then, let's go ahead. Do. Let me get some things set up real fast. Do. I forgot to change this as well. Up. Yeah. Mizu, are you ready? Benny.
Role-playing games have been...
Alright, let me get you on Discord. Let's see, where you at? Oh. Hello. Why can't I hear you?
Hello? Oh wait, hold on.
Oh, there you go. We hear you loud and clear now. Let me increase your volume a little bit. There you go.
Okay.
All right. Let me adjust your position on here as well. Oh.
Yeah, no worries.
There you are. Oh. Right. Are you ready for this? It's called the Top 25 Best JRPGs of All Time.
Oh god.
How do you feel about that?
I bet they're gonna do something really basic. Like something Final Fantasy or Persona 5 for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah,
when it comes to
it's gonna be.
JRPGs, they usually just go with those two options and that's it.
Mm-hmm. So like they usually pick like the safest options. It kind of reminds me of like when Watch Mojo did like the best Sonic stages, and people were pointing out that all the stages that they picked was from Sonic Generations.
What, really? Oh my god.
Yeah,
Of
everybody
course.
pointed that out. Yeah, everybody pointed it out. Every single stage that they pointed out was available in Sonic Generations.
Bruh, like, I mean, technically, Generations is meant to be like, oh, look at all these old stages from the older games. I'm like, would you count it as that, or would you just count it as like a Generation stage or something? Like, I don't know.
Something like that.
So that is
It
hilarious.
makes sense if they it was just culmination of everybody's favorite stages throughout the series. But it's still pretty lazy that they didn't come up with their own.
True. You're not wrong.
Alrighty then. Oh, you want to introduce yourself to the chat real fast?
Oh, all right, I'll do it. Hello, my name is FireMeasy12. I'm just your average RPG fan. Red Riding Hood from Mary Skelter's Best Girl. There's no contest. She's the only one.
Why?
Yeah.
We absolutely love was it Hamlet that we really liked? I'm pretty sure it was Hamlet.
Oh,
right?
Hamlin? Yeah, Hamlin.
Why she's best girl?
Yeah, you guys just saw like a picture of her, and you're like, "Yep, that's my wife."
Best girl. She's so edgy.
Yeah, she's
She's so
literally meant to be
chuny.
like a chuny. Yeah.
She was so chuny. I loved her.
Mhm. Like, Ari, if you were to play like Mary Skelter, you'd be fucking cracking up with Hamlin. Like, she's literally the most
Mhm.
chuny otaku you ever meet in the world.
Oh my goodness. I should
Yeah.
play that. I remember Watch
Yeah,
Mojo put
don't
a
worry.
list for last moments before YouTubers' deaths, and one of the ads is advertising their likely AI music channel. Oh my goodness.
Of course, it's gonna be AI.
All right. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
been incredibly popular for longer than there have been computers and consoles, with a long and storied history stretching back to the inception of tabletop adventures. That means there's now been decades of RPG evolution, so much so that the genre now has several distinct.
Ooh. Before we go any further, what are some of the RPGs that you think should, like, at least 5 RPGs that you think should be on the list?
That's really a tough question because I really like playing
It
GRPGs
really
quite a lot.
is.
Like, it's literally, yeah, I literally grew up playing them. Like, for a little bit of context, my uncles and aunts, they were like the reason why I'm into like anime and manga because they were hardcore like otakus. But they love JRPGs the most. They play like Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, 10 like right in front of me. Like my first Final Fantasy game was actually 8 and whatnot.
Ooh.
Like I was literally influenced by them. And ever since then I've
I
just been
actually
playing like a
tried
bunch of
playing 8.
JRPGs.
Good game.
Mm. Yeah, I love 8. Like 8 is my favorite. I think I liked it when I was younger was because of the romance because I was a bit of a romance kid growing up, and I think that was mostly due to the fact that I wanted to connect with my mom because we didn't really share like a lot of common hobbies like back then. But one of the things she liked to do in her spare time was read those like those women romance novels with like the buff guy on like the cover, and it's usually the
Oh
smut in
no.
the end. Like I actually
Oh no.
read that when I was
Mizu's
younger
calling me
because I
out.
wanted to relate to my mom.
Mizu's calling me
And
out
I
here.
remember, wait, really?
She's calling me
Like
out.
how
Well,
how
those are the sort of stories that I enjoy the most.
like really?
Yes.
Well, bro, we can relate now.
Oh my goodness. All right, go on.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That went up. But yeah, like I think I like Final Fantasy 8 a lot was because I like romance when I was younger. Like it was something that I
Uh,
always like enjoyed.
ooh, what other games? What other games would there be?
Oh,
It's very hard. There's so
hmm.
many.
Yeah, there is. Like
I
you
would
can go
imagine
mainstream,
Persona
like I
4.
said. Persona 4? That is a good option. Like before it was like I guess Persona became popular sort of thing. Yeah, I guess 4 is like a pretty
Yeah.
good option. And whatnot. Let's say you have your usual
Mm,
Final Fantasy. You might add like a bit of like Trails in there, like Trails of the Sky or like Trails of Cold Steel.
oh,
Like I know
yeah.
people love like Trails of the Sky trilogy back on like PSP. Like dude, like those games like people were raving hard about like the niche otaku shit. Like they're like, yo, these games fucking underrated gem. Like they were like acting like that for that. There was like other ones too, like there's a game series called Wild Arms where the best way I would describe it to you, Ari, is that it's basically like spaghetti westerns, but in the most Japanese way possible. Like these developers literally love spaghetti westerns so much that they pretty much made an entire like RPG franchise about it. And it's just like the most over the top anime shit along with it. Like to the point that in the first game, there's only one character that can use guns, and guns in that setting is considered like the work of the devil. No one can use guns in the first game. Only one person can.
Oh my goodness. Was he like super edgy?
No, he was like your actual nice, like typical JRPG protagonist. He's like really nice and gentle and shit. He's just mute. He doesn't talk.
Ooh. Eh, oh, were you playing as the one person?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Why you
Yeah,
you
pretty much.
naturally are the only one allowed to use the guns.
Yeah, pretty much. Like the moment the villagers found out that you can use guns, they immediately banish you. They're like, "What? You can actually use revolvers? Get the fuck out of here. We don't want your devil work."
Oh my goodness, you actually brought a gun into this country? We don't want you around here, even though you saved us. Get out.
Yeah, pretty much. That's literally how the game started. Like, it's so funny because you're like, oh my god, this is like your typical like Western, like sorry, like old Wild West, like America. So you expect everyone to use guns, but no, in this setting, no one uses guns. Only one person.
Oh my goodness, wait, it's actually in the Wild West like setting?
Hmm.
That actually
Yeah,
is
it's like
so
straight up a
crazy.
Wild West setting.
If it was literally like in Texas, everybody'd be like, "Oh my goodness, brother, let me get you a beer."
Hell yeah, brother.
Hi, John. Welcome back.
Welcome, welcome.
Um, you know what? I think one of the Tales games should be in there. I would vote for Tales, either
Dude.
Tales of Symphonia or Tales of Vesperia.
Those are
Maybe
actually pretty
Berseria.
good choices because like I feel like Symphonia is like, oh, this is like everyone's first Tales game is the one that got like official English release sort of thing, even though there was
Mhm.
other ones. But Vesperia, people really love the characters and story, especially with Yuri. Like, oh my
I
god, so many people durst over Yuri like when it came out.
I love Yuri. Yuri was so good, and Flint too. It was so hard to choose
I
between them.
agree. Yeah, I don't blame you. Like Yuri does hit that right spot of like, yeah, he's like a bit of an edgelord, but at the same time, he makes a lot of sense when you think about it.
Uh-huh.
And whatnot, like, dude, like Vesperia, I like that game. Like, I enjoyed the combat a lot, and I do enjoy the characters as well. But I think I like a lot of the little Easter eggs of the previous games that you can do for like the side content. I think that's what made the game a lot more enjoyable for me.
Yeah, I
And
really
whatnot.
enjoyed
Yeah.
like everything you can find in the game. All the interactions
Mm-hmm.
so good. The
Yeah,
character
for real.
interactions were amazing.
For real. I do agree with that. Like, I do like the cast chemistry quite a lot. Oh, wait, I have
I'm
something
playing
to
an
tell
anime
you.
video game
So,
near Autonoma on PS4 while listening to your stream. Oh, what do you think about Near Autonoma? We have it, but we've never played it.
I liked it. When it comes to Nier in general, I like the first game quite a lot because of the fairy tale references in it. Like, there's like a lot of bosses based on fairy tales. Like one of the bosses is literally Captain Hook and whatnot.
Oh,
But
really?
when it comes to Nier, yeah, like the first Nier, all the bosses you fight are literally like fairy tale characters and whatnot. And the story gets more and more crazy as you're doing multiple playthroughs because there's like multiple endings and shit. And the more you play it, the more of a mindfuck it becomes. Near Automata is kind of the same thing, but me personally, I felt like through a story perspective, um, it is a little awkward with it when you do like the first two endings, but I do feel like the other endings make it a lot better once you start connecting the dots essentially. Also, to be like people literally went like, "Oh yes, the hot android lady ass."
Yep,
Like that's
I
literally what
remember that.
most people remember it. Yeah, like all right, I
Oh,
need to tell
Stellar
you this funny
Blade.
thing. There's a
Okay, go
literal
on, go on, go on.
like oh my bad, my bad.
No,
Yeah,
no, go.
so there's like this literal ability in the automata where you can make her self-destruct. It doesn't kill her, by the way, but the moment you do it, it literally blows up her clothes like she's in Senran Kagura. And then
Hey,
afterwards,
you?
you can just like fight in your undies essentially.
Oh my goodness. This really?
Yeah, like you can literally do it in the automata. Like it's a literal thing you can do.
Oh my goodness. Guys, do we have to play Near Automata on stream?
Well, if you want to, I think it's a solid game overall. I love the action
It'll be a
because it's
fun
really
game to
well
get banned
done.
from.
Well, I don't think you'll get banned, but
Probably
if you
not.
do, I apologize.
Same applies to 2B and Grand Blue Fantasy, BS, and Rising. Really?
Yeah, you can do that
I'm
in
glad.
Grand Blue Fantasy versus and Rising, the fighting game for Grand Blue Fantasy. You can do that.
I'm
She's
glad
like a
they're
DLC
remaining
character.
consistent.
Yeah. Like,
Uh,
dude.
well, the What'd you think of Tales of Berseria? I love Tales of
Tales of
Berseria.
Berseria. I like it quite a lot as well. I think the reason why was because it hit the right amount of like edge for me. Like it's your like okay,
Uh,
at first yes, it's like your typical revenge plot. But at the same time, I do enjoy how the plot kind of unravels itself and then you start noticing the characters getting more different motivations to like kind of continue on with life after like they're done with their revenge arcs and such. I think it's really well done.
mm,
And through a combat perspective, I think it's a little too combo heavy. Like it kind of feels like it's just more of a fighting game to me, and because of that, it kind of gets a little awkward when you get to the later parts of the game where it feels like some battles go on for literal ages because of how much HP those enemies have sometimes. So like yeah.
I
Overall, I
always
did
thought that
like Tales
was
of
weird.
Berseria.
The combat in Berseria confused me because they're like
Mhm.
even fighting like the trash mob. Like once you got into that tiny little bit of HP, you would continue until you did something to just finally kill it. And I never understood
Yeah,
what
like
was
that's
that
the weird
trigger.
thing. Mhm. Yeah,
I
I
think
didn't
it
get
was
it
like that
either.
in Zestiria as well.
Yeah, yeah, the sequel drew a story perspective.
Yeah, I never understood that. That's why I didn't really enjoy. That's like the one thing I didn't enjoy in those games. The story, I just
Mhm.
enjoyed the story a lot more.
Yeah. Like the stories were pretty high tier in my opinion. I did enjoy them quite a lot.
Censored initially
Mm.
outside Japan, later censored and remastered even Japan. What the heck? Is that for Tales of Berseria?
Um Oh, yeah. So, how I explain this. So, basically, when it came to the original Tales of Asteria in Japan, they changed how the death scene of the little brother was handled at the start of the game. So, in Japan,
Oh,
the little brother gets stabbed and he gets lifted up into the air and he just slowly drips down from the sword. But in English, they changed it so that he just floats up in the air and he gets stabbed with a bunch of like magic spikes and that's it.
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. And then when the remaster came out recently, they decided to use the censored English version to make the remaster, and a lot of people complain about it in Japan.
Censorship really ruins everything in stories. What about the
Yeah.
Dragon Quest games?
Oh, Dragon Quest. That one's very tough because, like, when it comes to
Isn't there like a
Dragon
lot of
Quest,
them?
I feel yeah, there's like 11. There's 11
Oh, wow.
games. And not all of them got like English releases, and they have so many different ports as well. I will tell you this in terms of like I guess popularity of Dragon Quest. It's more popular in Japan because it's literally like why JRPGs are a ding. Like Dragon Quest was like
Yeah.
the game that made the blueprints. Like it formed the blueprints for other JRPGs to kind of build upon. Like that's what
Mm.
Dragon Quest is to Japan. To us, it's just like oh, it's just a random JRPG. Like we don't get the importance other than like hey, it's the Dragon Ball artist and whatnot. Like
Yeah.
um.
I think Chrono
mhm.
Trigger was also like that, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, in a similar vein as well. Chrono Trigger, Dragon Ball Artist, people remember it for like, oh, it's like a solid game from Squaresoft, not Square Enix. Enix didn't exist at the time. I'm Squaresoft. And it was just like a solid like Super Nintendo game. I didn't really get the popularity of it, and this is coming from someone that like played a lot of JRPGs and whatnot. Like I just didn't get it. I just think it's a solid game. I just don't understand why it's like mega popular. Like people are raving about like, oh my god, Chrono Trigger is like the only JRPG that's popular and good, other than Persona 5. Like I didn't get it, but I did enjoy it
Yeah.
overall.
Yeah, I watched my brother play it. Like I think it was like last year. It was a good game,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know if it was deserving all the hype.
Yeah, I saw Glex played it too. Like I was there for some streams. I even talked about some of the localization that they did for like the English
Mm.
version of Chrono Trigger. Like, Ari, did you know that in Japan you can actually get underwear of the bosses throughout the game? And in the
Wait,
Americas
you
we do
can?
that. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that is so weird.
Mhm.
Well,
Not only that, but there was
honestly,
like go.
I was gonna say, honestly, that's so fitting of the Dragon Ball creator.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Like literally collecting underwear, and then in Dragon Ball, one guy literally wished for underwear. And
Well,
whatnot.
I
Yeah,
honestly,
it really fits.
Ulan probably represented like the creator more than anything. Like Ulan didn't really do anything. He didn't really fit. I think he was just a soul-filled spirit.
Honestly, yeah, you're not really wrong. I know, like, in terms of symbolism, he's supposed to be like the pig guy that joins like the Monkey King and Journey to the West. But in Dragon Ball, he really is just the creator self-insert. Like the guy is just like, I'm fine being like a fucking pervert and also eating like salted crackers while reading porno and
Oh
whatnot.
my
Like
goodness.
that's literally what the author of Dragon Ball said, that's his ideal heaven if he were to die one day. Like his heaven would just be him relaxing in like a on a Japanese table with like a blanket
Oh
on
my
him,
goodness.
just eating some
Oh my goodness.
crackers with some porno on the side.
You think he's doing that right now?
Oh, absolutely.
Like,
He deserves it. He absolutely deserves it.
honestly, I couldn't blame him for that. Yeah, I think it's bad if he does that.
Yeah. Like, hey, he was a very influential like mangaka, and it's really sad to see him like go like to the afterlife. But I'm hoping that his heaven is exactly how he describes it.
And that isn't, he's gonna change it.
Yep, he's gonna change it for real, like Goku. He's gonna go full Super Saiyan.
All right, let's actually start the video now.
Yeah, you got me to like ramble really hard, so thank you for that. Like, yeah, let's get to the video.
I always enjoy rambling though. You always learn. I always learn something new from you.
Yeah, I do appreciate it because I do feel a little awkward with my rambles because I know I can go like a little too long sometimes. So I'm kind of afraid that some people might get bored. So I do appreciate that you actually enjoyed it and learned a lot of stuff from it. I really do appreciate it quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I just learned that the creator of Dragon Ball, Heaven, is actually just jerking it to pornos.
Hell yeah, bro.
Oh my goodness! All right, let's turn on.
Strands. Among the most popular
Yeah,
are
no worries, no
JRPGs,
worries.
role-playing games developed in Japan. While many are instantly recognizable
see.
thanks
Oh,
to their
yeah,
anime-influenced
Xenoblade. I forgot
visuals,
about
that's
that.
not
That
the
is a
only
good
element that makes
candidate as well.
JRPGs distinct from games made elsewhere in the world. They traditionally put emphasis on epic, emotional, linear stories
Yeah, that one's
headlined by
Dragon Quest
handcrafted
11.
characters
That one's, like, the
rather than
latest,
playing
like, new
generated
Dragon Quest
protagonists.
that people like.
Wait,
Personally,
where'd
I
that
liked
one
it a
from?
lot more. Oh, this is Metaphor. It's like that
Oh, okay,
Atlas
that's what I
game that
thought.
came out. Yeah, people were like
Hmm.
praising it for being like, oh my god, it talks about government systems and like it makes you think about things politically, when in actuality the literal game basically boils it down to like friendship is better than government, so just make a government based on friendship.
Isn't it so interesting that you can literally tell, like the moment that people were saying that about this particular game, it basically just told you that every single person that said that is a tourist.
Pretty much. Like,
Like
Ari,
every
they
single
literally make
game,
fun
you
of
can,
like commies.
yes,
The game
every
literally made
single
fun of them.
game, almost every single game out in existence in JRPGs always talks about government stuff, always talks about some sort of political thing that you can kind of contribute to like the real world. And the fact that they're
Yes.
like, oh my goodness, this story actually does that. No, every single story has actually touched upon it.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. Here's like a good example. There's like this game called Arc Tenelico that came out on the PlayStation 2. So that one's plot is literally about like sexism between guys and girls. And what makes it great is that they actually put both genders at fault. Like they actually go like, well, it's the girl's fault for being like a little mean to the guys, but it's also the guys' fault for like literally treating the girls like actual goddesses, because the girls in that world can use magic through singing, and guys straight up can't sing. Like if they try to sing, they just fucking blow up.
Hey,
Like, they
really?
just can't handle the magic.
Oh my
And
goodness.
whatnot. So because of that, the girls pretty much treat the guys as like little like slaves essentially sometimes, and like the guys are just
Makes
like,
sense.
well, we don't want to be treated as slaves. We want to be like the higher ups and shit. So they end up like getting into a lot of conflict, and the literal game ends with like both genders agreeing on like a middle ground and trying to like work their way to like actual gender equality. And what makes this game even great is that this is all like background shit. This is even the main story. Like the main story is literally just about a guy going like, "Oh, God hates us, so we need to talk to God." Like that's it.
Oh my
That's like the
goodness.
main story. Yeah. But all that
It's
subtext that
about
I'm
to be
telling you about, that's
adult
just this
for
random
some of
shit.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah. We haven't even touched the list yet, which is really funny.
hmm Yeah.
Oh, one game that I think should be on the list is Unchained Blades. I like that game. That
Oh,
was a fun
definitely,
game.
dude. Yeah, I love that game too. I have the game on like both like 3DS and PSP because it came out in those two systems and whatnot.
Oh my
Like,
goodness, thing
I
was
still
so
have it.
hot.
Yeah, I still have it. I do want to stream it one day. Like, I actually have like the game like installed on my 3DS, so I'm like, yeah, I can like just stream it to you guys. But I'll
Mm,
probably do that in the future someday.
That'll be interesting. I can't really get too far into it. It got really hard for me to actually like get through it. So it'll be good to see
I
like
don't
an
blame
expert
you.
play through it.
Yeah, I don't blame
Like
you. Like,
the one with the demon guy where he's solo. That one was like the hardest part.
oh, for real, definitely. I think it's because like you are kind of required to know like the mechanics a lot more. It's kind of like a skill check essentially. So they do push you in that portion, and my God, like they really did push you. Like I struggled there.
Yeah, it was extremely difficult. Oh my goodness. I
hmm
probably have to run away or like grind extremely for a long period of time.
For real, definitely, definitely.
All
Yeah.
right,
Combat is
let's
typically
move
very
on.
tactical and often
No
turn-based,
worries.
and if you're lucky, you'll be able to summon a giant deity
Oh,
or
Bravely
freaky
Default
monster
2.
to help
I
you
didn't really
out.
like it
And
compared
of
to the
course, there's
Bravely
the
Default
music.
1 and
You won't
Bravely
find a game
2nd.
on our
I think
list
those
that
ones are
doesn't
like the
have
better
a
Bravely
terrific
games.
battle theme.
And then
So
this one
prepare your
is
potions and slot your
yeah, Chrono
materia.
Trigger.
It's time for IGN's Top 25 JRPGs.
And then more Xenoblade.
Bum.
Yeah.
Shin
While the
Megami
series is
Tensei
wide-ranging
3.
as Shin Megami Tensei, it's tough to pick out a single
Oh,
entry as the one to
damn.
put
They
forward
placed
as
it
the
at
top choice.
25?
Although the combo of SMT
I feel like it should be a
What?
little higher, but I do understand why. It's because this game doesn't really have like a story. If anything, it's more of a game about the journey, not the destination. Like it's pure
Really?
atmosphere. hmm So what makes Nocturne unique compared to the other like SMT games is that the first two games had a heavier emphasis on telling a story while also being like a brutal ass first person dungeon crawler. Like it literally tests your balls quite a lot. But Nocturne, on the other hand, there wasn't a lot of story. It was very straightforward with the plot, but a lot of the time, most people praise it for the atmosphere because you're like exploring this like post-apocalyptic Earth with like actual grunge, like heavy metal music. Like there's this one like battle theme song Aire that literally has quotes from the Bible, and it's just screaming at you like
Oh.
a bunch of demons are just like singing it to you, but in actuality, it's actually the angels and whatnot. Like
Oh my
it's
goodness.
fucking
Can you like
crazy.
can you like post that like post this like the soundtrack on like the music section in the Discord? I think I would like to listen
Definitely,
to it.
definitely. Yeah,
All right.
definitely. Like the
Like
music in Nocturne is
like later
fucking
though.
amazing. Yeah,
Oh my
I'll do that
goodness.
later. Yeah, it's amazing. And there's also like other cool things too, like the main character. So in the previous games, the main character was just like your typical 18-year-old guy who uses like a comp. It's a portable computer when in actuality it's like a power gauntlet. Like it's literally a gauntlet with a keyboard on it, and he wears like a Google eyeglasses and whatnot. Like that's how I would describe what personal computers look like in Shin Megami Tensei 1 and 2. But in Dree, when the apocalypse happened, this little blonde boy just walks up to you. He's like, "Oh, you're still human, but you're not going to survive this post-apocalyptic world filled with demons. So I'm going to like give you a bit of a gift." And then he gives you this creepy ass bug, and just injects the bug through your eye. And the moment that
Wait,
happens, you
what?
turn into a being called the Demi Fiend. You're now considered half demon, and you can actually talk the demon's language, so you can recruit them
Oh my goodness.
and
That
whatnot.
sounds wild.
It is. There's like other crazy stuff too. Like there's these like skeletons called the Fiends, which are these like super like special bosses that are connected to the game's like hidden routes, because there's like multiple endings to Nocturne. Where all of these like fiends are like based on literal biblical figures from the Book of Revelation, and there's even one where
Oh.
he's called the Minotaur, and he's literally the most Hispanic person you ever meet. Like it's a literal skeleton Minotaur for some reason.
That sounds so appropriate though.
Yeah,
Like
what makes him
minotaurs are
great is that
basically
he's. Oh, go.
I was just gonna say minotaurs are basically like walking like bipedal bulls. So the fact that he's like a Hispanic bull just make it just so fitting.
Yeah, for real. What makes him even great is that he's literally known as the Noob Slayer, because he's like one of the early bosses you fight that
Oh.
actually tests you and whatnot. So because of that, a lot of the time when people play Nocturne for the first time, they just get fucking roadblocked by him. They're like, damn it, we can't beat this Hispanic skeleton. Like he's just way too hard.
Would this also be like the speed run like in game killer?
Yeah, pretty much. Like if you can't beat him in like a certain amount of time, you might as well just give up your speed run.
Uh, oh my goodness, that sounds really funny. Let's see.
Hmm.
Let's hear what IGN has to say in comparison to what we just heard. Like
Yeah.
I love hearing like you as someone so passionate about the game, and then like hearing
Yeah.
IGN who like see how minimal information they give us.
Bro,
6
I'll
and
be
SMT4
pissed off.
Apocalypse is our
I
favorite
wanna
1-2
see.
punch, and the modernized Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance is fantastic in its own right, and the recent remaster is a solid version we can recommend if you want to see what Shin Megami Tensei is all about. In a departure from the JRPG tradition, you're not going to find an emotional or deep story in Nocturne. The Shin Megami Tensei series is more concerned with big philosophical questions about human nature, which creates a platform for its uniquely deranged post-apocalyptic Tokyo. It's
He's
a rare
not wrong with
approach,
that
and you don't see
description,
it often
especially for
outside of Shin
Nocturne.
Megami Tensei.
It does lean
The
heavily
focus
on that instead of like telling a story. There you go. That's the Minotaur.
Oh, yeah, I actually saw him earlier. I'm like, oh wait, is this the guy?
Yeah, that's him.
Like, I don't think this is a minotaur. This isn't a minotaur. This is matador.
Oh, I
Like
said. Oh, did I pronounce it
you were
wrong?
saying minotaur. Yeah, you were saying
Oh,
minotaur.
I meant to say Minotaur. My bad.
Yeah, it's matador. Matador.
Oh, Manador. My bad, Manador.
Yeah.
Yeah. My apologies. But
I
yeah,
was
that's
expecting.
him, the Noob Slayer.
I was actually expecting like a large bipedal bull.
Nah, you get a fancy looking Hispanic skeleton who tells you on guard sometimes. And
This is
prepare
still
yourself and
good.
shit.
I like this though.
Mhm,
I'm a
yeah,
little
he's a
disappointed
pretty
because
cool demon
you
too.
sold him as a minotaur.
Oh, my bad. But yeah, he's a pretty cool demon you can even like create as well. Because when you beat the Fiend bosses, you do unlock them as like demons you can like create from the demon fusion system. Where how I describe this. So, you know in Pokemon you have like Pokemon that can evolve and shit. The way how Shin Megami Tensei handles it is that you can combine two Pokemons to create a brand new one, essentially. Like it's not
Yeah.
even like Pokemon fusion. It's like a straight up different Pokemon. Like you can just do that.
Yeah.
And there's like an actual like recipe system that you can literally follow and shit. And they tell you like, oh, if you combine like um a divine race demon with like a fiend race demon, you can create a god race demon and shit. Like they do stuff like that.
Hmm.
Like it gets really crazy and
Interesting.
everything. Not only that, but like the resulting demon will inherit the skills of the parents that you use for the fusion. So you can actually make some really broken like demon combinations because of that. And everything. Like there's a lot of things you can do in like Shin Megami Tensei. There's like a lot of strategization as well. But like I don't want to get into it because there's like a lot of technical like things. So it's just better for me to leave the topic there.
Yeah, it would probably be an entire video, like 10-hour long video.
Yeah. Also,
Let's
sorry if I
see.
didn't like reply right away because like in my end the video is like a little delayed by like a couple of seconds, so my reactions might be a little late.
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. Yashin said SMT Nocturne plays SMT4 music, mentions SMT6, which doesn't exist yet.
Bruh, I didn't realize that. I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I have no idea. I've never played this one, so I don't know. I'm just gonna take Tashink's word on that.
Yeah.
Here is more on the crunchy RPG stuff, which is widely known to be tough as nails and punishing in ways that aren't always fair. That's part of the Shin Megami Tensei experience,
the Demi feeding
and
the
it
main
makes
character. He's
Nocturne's
so
hardest
cool.
battles
He literally just
satisfying
punches his
and
enemies for his like
rewarding,
normal
especially
attack.
as you evolve
Like he
and
doesn't
fuse
do
your
like a
roster
sword
of
slash or
demons
anything, just
as
a
if they were
regular
cursed
ass
Pokemon.
punch, and it's enough to like blow up and like demons like into giblets.
I am noticing a lot of the demons, a lot of the person, like these creatures, they are in the Persona games. I know that. It's still surprising me that a lot of these creatures were part of the series for so long.
For real. Like once you dive into like the history of the Megaten franchise, that's like short for like Megami Tensei. That's like how I would
Yeah.
shorten it. Like it's really old. Like it started all the way back in the 80s, but not as video games. It started as a trilogy of light novels made by like an author who
Oh,
literally went like, "What? Computers are real?" It's like actually the newest thing in the world, and he noticed that like computers are able to like kind of simulate like the position of stars pretty accurately. And this guy was also interested in the like occult stuff, and he notices that a lot of the occult rituals requires like the actual placement of the stars to be precise, like there can't be any errors. So he thought like if computers can easily simulate all of that, then what happens if you were to combine that ritualistic shit with like technology? And it made this trilogy novel called Digital Devil Story Megami Tensei, where the literal plot is like the main character is like a pretty boy school shooter, but he doesn't shoot his fellow students with
oh
guns.
my
He
goodness.
summons demons.
Oh my god. What is the story?
Like it gets so fucking weird and bizarre. It's like a literal B movie like action flick. There's like blood and gore. There's like tits and ass and sex. There's like literal jump the shark moments. Like the second novel literally had the main character fight the Egyptian god Seth in space.
Oh my god.
And what
You
makes it even
cannot
more
find these
funny,
stories anywhere anymore.
yeah, what makes it more funny is that the way that Seth is summoned was literally like this one crazy ass teacher lady that went like, "Oh, I want to summon my boyfriend again because he got killed in the previous novel." So she tries to interact with the demons through the computer to see if she can find her boyfriend. But Seth is like, "Oh, I will take advantage of this. All right, this is what you need to do, girl. You just need to kill a bunch of people and stack all of their corpses into like a literal mountain size. And the moment you do that,
That
it would
sounds fair.
produce enough energy to summon a demon, and it's probably your boyfriend, but in actuality, it's me. I'm taking advantage of you."
Oh, wait. That sounds about right. That sounds like a good deal.
Yeah. Like, it gets
Oh my
fucking
goodness.
crazy, dude. Yeah. Like,
Alright.
eventually, the trilogy novel got popular enough that Atlas walked to the author and he was like, "Hey, we want to make a video game adaptation of your work. Are you okay with this?" And the author is like, "Hell yeah, brother. Let's do it. I love video games as well." And they made
I think that's like the dream, isn't it?
yeah, pretty much. So they made Megami Tensei on the NES, and it pretty much started the whole franchise as a whole. Essentially, that's like the humble beginnings and whatnot. But yeah, that's enough of my rambles.
I love how we're only 2 minutes in and sorry, been like 30 minutes.
Yeah, my bad.
Choice lies with you.
Breath of Fire
Yeah.
3. What do you have to say about this?
Breath of Fire, really underrated. Made by Capcom. I would say it's an interesting premise, although drew a mechanical point of view, it is like your basic turn-based RPG. But I'll tell you like a little bit of like what Breath of Fire is. So basically, all the main characters in Breath of Fire, they're not humans. They're actually like furries. Like the main character is a dragon person.
Many.
There's like yeah, so the main character, his name is Ryu. Like all the protagonists in Breath of Fire, their name is Ryu, and he's a dragon person.
Okay.
He will always get a companion named Nina, who is a harpy, so like you and Glex, essentially.
Oh, that's cute.
And they really made her very attractive in some games. I'm like, damn, no wonder like people really like waifuing up Nina quite a lot.
Mhm.
And whatnot. There's like other characters too. Like there's a snake lady. There's a guy who supposedly supposed to be like a dwarf, but he looks like your typical like stereotype of an of an African American. I'm not shitting with that statement. There's like a literal
Wait,
character that looks
really?
like that. Yeah.
Oh my god.
And whatnot. There's like a tiger lady as well. She's like pretty popular too. But there's like all kinds of like
Huh.
I guess furry characters you meet throughout Breath of Fire. And there's even like a cool mechanic where Ryu can transform into his dragon form, and he can even combine with his like party members to enter like different like dragon states. And in the first game, when you're getting to like the final dungeon, the main character literally went like, yo, the whole party, let's merge together to become like a god dragon to beat up this other god dragon that's like the size of a planet. And then the game
Oh my
literally
goodness.
lets you do this. And it just becomes like a giant god dragon mecha battle.
Oh. Sounds like the craziest orgy ever.
Yeah, pretty much. And whatnot. But yeah, there's like a lot of like cool things that happens in Breath of Fire. But let me tell you one funny thing about like the fourth game. I know they're talking about the third game, but
All
I want to
right.
talk about the fourth game real quick. So there's this lady called Ursula in the fourth game. She's portrayed as like your kind of emotionless but very attractive woman. So they actually censor some of her scenes, and one of them is actually one of the most funniest moments in the game where basically the group goes to this like fisher town where the fisher town at first like look at Ursula and they don't believe that she's like a strong person because she's a she's a woman and whatnot. And she
Yeah.
proves that she's stronger by pulling down her pants and showing them that she has bigger balls than
Wait, what? Oh
and
my
whatnot. Like she has more
god.
guts, essentially. Like she's like willing to like be butt ass naked in town compared to them.
Oh my goodness. That is so wild.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like, hey, that's kind of a power stance, not gonna lie. Like, just being butt ass naked compared to everyone else that's like trying to call you like a pussy and shit, and you just tell them like, "Oh, I have bigger balls than you."
Oh my goodness. Imagine if she also T-posed to assert dominance.
That would be great.
That would have been so funny.
why not?
And like it
Mhm.
either she did a T-pose or she dabbed.
Dude, that would make it even better, but kind of worse too because I'd be cringing a bit.
Like
But yeah,
the cringier it is, the more she's asserting dominance.
true. You're not wrong. But yeah, Breath of
All right,
Fire
let's see.
kind of underrated. There's not like a lot of people that talk about it, but I do know that the developers for Breath of Fire did make a JRPG game for Mega Man, more specifically Mega Man X,
Ooh.
called Mega Man X Command Mission, which it literally uses the Breath of Fire gameplay style and whatnot. And yeah, it was pretty much it. It's just Breath of Fire but with Mega Man.
Oh, interesting. Capcom really created
Yeah.
two Ryus. What's that about? Oh,
Yeah,
isn't
you have
there
Ryu
like a
from
ton
Street
of
Fighter.
yeah? Isn't there like a ton of characters just named Ryu? Like it's so typical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like it's an actual classic like Japanese name. Like I actually have met like Japanese people with the name Ryu. Like it's a really common name for them.
Yeah.
The
Boop.
Breath of
And
Fire
whatnot.
series
It's
may
kinda
have
like,
been lost to time, but it was
What's
formative
a
for
Vietnamese
those of us who
example?
played
It's
them
kind
in
of
their
like
heyday.
Hong.
While some
Hong
folks
is like a very common like first name for like a
T-
Vietnamese guy and whatnot. Like
oh,
whenever you
okay.
talk to a Vietnamese person, 90% of the time their name is Hong.
Yeah. It's kind of like Jesus in Spanish. Well,
True, true,
either
true. I
Jesus
have
or
heard
Jose.
that. Yeah, I
Yeah,
heard
it's
those.
it's mainly because Mexicans are extremely like religious, and so they like naming their children Jesus after
I
Jesus.
see. Oh, I remember this moment. You were like drunk out of your ass and your butt ass naked.
Oh my! What is
We'll point to
this?
Breath of Fire 4 as the series peak. We will always have a special
Yeah,
fondness
you get
for
Oh
like
my
Breath of
moments
goodness,
Fire
like
they
this
3,
in
actually
Breath
are
of
which
Fire.
opens
furries.
as a fantastic coming-of-age
Yeah,
tale.
see?
As always, your protagonist is a blue-haired boy who's part dragon, but seeing him grow up throughout the story and work alongside some awesome
So
characters
yeah, every
makes for
character
a
is like a
memorable
furry.
journey.
Like even if they
Although
look
its turn-based
human,
battles
they're
play
actually
out
like an
fairly
animal.
straightforward, it's a well-executed combat
Yeah, it
system
seems like
that
it.
shows the core tenets of what makes JRPGs great. It can be obtuse at times with its mini-games along the way,
Oh my
like
goodness, is
training
that
that
a
one villager in
unicorn?
combat or navigating the desert of
Yeah.
death by
Oh,
following the
I have a
stars
fun
in the
fact.
night
If you
sky.
enter his area through like the opposite entrance, you will actually find him pissing because he needed like a bathroom break.
What? Oh my god! What
Yeah,
is this story?
I'm sorry, but when it comes to the story, it's kind of irrelevant. There's just so many goofy moments.
And it's so funny, like the developers probably planted all these, so like what if players actually just decide to go different directions, or like just to see if people will find them, and it'll give people like
Yeah.
something to like talk about when regard to the
Mhm.
games.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Like, there's a lot of like little like small details in each of the Breath of Fire games that you can just find like at random. So it's like a pretty cool thing that they did for the franchise. But yeah, overall, it is like I'm kind of laughing to myself that I'm just telling you like the most random shit in this game franchise is like, oh yeah, you can find this guy pissing if you go the other direction.
Oh my god! Why?
Yeah.
And more games need certain like Easter eggs like these, where it's like random
Yeah.
things happen at random times, and depending on
Mhm.
how you approach it, it like changes.
For real, for real.
But this was the first time I loved a fishing minigame, which was part of what gave Breath of Fire 3 a strong sense of place. It's a world with 3D environments and some fantastic sprite work for its character designs. It's one of the gems of the PS1 era and a great representation of JRPGs in its time.
Alright, 23. Golden Sun. What can you tell us about Golden
yeah,
Sun?
this is like the Chrono Trigger for like Game Boy Advance, like JRPG fans. Like people praise the hell out of Golden Sun. And like it is a solid game. I do enjoy how the magic system works and how you can actually use the magic to interact with the world and shit. But I feel like the overall like story and overall experience is kind of like by the numbers. It's just your normal like JRPG in my eyes. I do know that people were really sad about the latest game of the franchise on the DS because that ended on a cliffhanger and it just never continued it since.
Oh, interesting. What happened?
Yeah. I don't know. If I'm gonna be honest with you, I haven't heard from the developers in like a while. Like I never heard any news for
Hmm.
it.
Strange how they just stopped producing it just like that.
Mm-hmm. For real, for real.
Oop.
But yeah, I
Golden
wonder
Sun
what
and its sequel,
IGN
The
is gonna
Lost
say
Age,
about this.
really
like,
should be
hold on.
counted as one game, which is the way they were always intended to be, as it's impossible to pick one over the other to represent one of the most incredible RPG adventures out there. A revolutionary Game Boy Advance duology, its gorgeous pixel art still holds up today, and its soundtrack by Motoi Sakuraba pushed the little handheld beyond its limits. Though aspects of Golden Sun's turn-based battle
Oh,
system
he called
and
it duology. He didn't talk about the dirt game on the DS. Okay.
Hold up. How old is this video? It's 1 year old. You think that explains it?
Yeah, probably. Well, no, the DS game came out like a long time ago, but I'm assuming that maybe people weren't really like a fan of like the DS game or something, which is weird because I remember people praising it. But yeah,
I'm guessing this person probably didn't even know about it.
probably.
You're like, oh my god, he didn't do his homework. Shake my head.
Mhm.
Activate the elemental MacGuffin's plot are fairly RPG standard, others took wild, exuberant turns. Synergy, the game's magic system, can be used both in battle and as a traversal mechanic in the overworld, for instance. The elemental Jin system added a new layer of risk-reward to battles, as players could choose whether to sacrifice stat gains for powerful attacks or interesting effects. And the story, though standard throughout much of the first book of Golden Sun, takes a surprising swerve leading into the Lost Stage by placing players in the shoes of the series' antagonists, forcing them to continue their journey from an opposing perspective.
Wait, was this before or after Pokemon?
This is after. This is like it started on the Game Boy Advance. Pokemon was like, original Game Boy.
Okay. They probably took it from that. Probably took inspiration.
Most likely.
The two-part saga is not just one of the best GBA games or even Nintendo games out there. It's one of the best RPGs ever and remains beautiful, strange, and fun to this day.
Ni no Kuni Wrath of the White Witch.
Oh my god, it's the literal like Studio Ghibli game. Well, but not really. Man, how do I describe it? So basically, when this game was first announced and came out, people thought this was like a Studio Ghibli film/game, made by them and shit. But in actuality, it's more like it was inspired by the art style of it. So because of that, when you play through the game, you can't help but be like, man, this is like Spirited Away or Princess Mononoke. That sort of feeling. Because it has a similar aesthetic to it. And I remember for the longest time, people wanted to play this game back on the 3DS because it came out on the 3DS. And what makes it even more funny, Ari, is that the 3DS release came with a literal novel for you to read before you play the game.
Wait, really?
You actually need to read the novel before you even touch the game.
Does it actually have like a little? Does it have like a little message in the games? Like, did you read the novel?
Yeah, on the 3DS, by the way.
Oh my goodness, that sounds so funny.
They're like, hey, we need to make sure that you are not a tourist and you just didn't jump straight to the game. Did you actually read the novel? This giant ass book that came with the game.
Oh my god. Wait, how big was the book?
It's like your average size book you find in the library, like those small picture books of sorts, except it's just filled with a bunch of words instead of photos.
Okay. Wow,
Yeah,
that's actually pretty big. And this game was for what kind of audience?
Japanese.
No, I meant
because
for
it came out in Japan
for age. Age.
I would say around elementary to middle schooler. That's the age demographic.
Oh my goodness. Japan is just built different. I can't think of a single American that would actually read a book that big.
True. You're not wrong.
Well, me and my brother, we had the hardest time learning, actually reading anything until we were in grade school, I think around 3rd or 4th grade. So yeah, if they gave us a book, we would never be able to teach it to it.
Yeah, I don't really blame you. I was kind of in a similar boat as well. I wasn't really able to read properly until maybe 4th grade-ish, and I think that was because my mom would make me read books during the summer, but they were easy picture books at first, and then she slowly upgraded me to a little more complex and whatnot.
Oh
and
my goodness, she was grooming
gaining, reading skills. Yeah, I guess so. My mom, she's a nice lady. I love my mom, but she was the type of mom that wanted me to gain smarts early on, but she did it in a slower pace compared to most Asian tiger parents and shit. So I would say my mom's a literal angel compared to them.
Yeah. I got tiger mom. Something different.
Yeah,
she was nicer.
Yeah.
She was softer.
Yeah, she was a lot more nicer, that's for sure.
Well, I get instead of the whip, she just gave you the chancla.
Bruh, I would have died though.
or is it reverse where it's like instead of the chocolate, the whip is nicer?
True. Mm. Oh yeah,
Oh my
like
goodness.
my mom. Well, she didn't use like a whip. She used a. I know I'm using like the Vietnamese word for it. It's called mop. It's a clothes hanger, but it's not like the metal ones. She used like the
Oh,
plastic
okay.
ones, and she would just like
They
smack my
still
hand
hurt.
like once. Yeah, yeah, they still hurt, but but she only does it when I actually was not listening. Like I was not a nice kid when I was younger. I was actually quite naughty. I'm not joking with that statement, by the way. I was not a I was not a nice kid at
Yeah.
all. I was very disrupted.
All right. Let's see what they had to say about this.
Yeah,
Any
no worries.
JRPG
Go,
studio
go,
that
go.
partnered with Studio Ghibli for its animation could have created an excellent game. But Level 5's wonderful Ni no Kuni Wrath of the White Witch from 2011 still impresses us to this day. Its
Oh, it
heart-wrenching
is
story
Studio
begins with
Ghibli.
protagonist.
All right, my bad. So it is from them.
Wait, why does this animation
Animation-wise.
look so familiar?
Yeah, Studio Ghibli. Ghibli.
Are they
Well,
the
I
are they
can't pronounce it.
are they the ones that made that one anime, like something in the sky, like the castle in the sky or something like that?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. They also did like Howl's Moving Castle as well.
Okay, that was the one I was thinking of.
Yeah. Yeah, they did Spirited
Okay.
Away, Ponyo, Howl's Moving Castle. You know, all those classic like Japanese like animated
Oh.
movies.
Okay, I was wondering, I'm like, why does this animation style look so familiar?
Yeah, it's the animation studio that did all of that.
Ah, interesting.
Oliver losing his mother and
Mhm.
being whisked away to a magical
But yeah, I
world
feel like that's
on
what
a
most
quest to
people
bring her
remember
back to
this game
life.
for, other than
Level
like
5
me
could have
talking
plugged
to you
this
about
tale
like
into
the
a
literal
generic
book you have to read before you play.
Oh my god. You know, this doesn't look all that bad. How old is this game?
If I remember correctly, this like 3D like version came out on the PS3, so it's like around that age.
Oh, okay. What? And there was a different version for it?
Yeah, there was a 3DS, and then I think they made a port to the 3D. Sorry, in the PS3, and this is the footage you're looking right now. And then it got like constant remasters for like modern consoles and such.
Wow.
turn-based RPG and called it a day, but instead it created a
Whippersnapper?
fantastic battle system that's rooted in collecting
Yeah, those are
little
like the
creatures and
monsters
using
you
them to
can
fight
like
bad guys.
get along
It's a
with.
system that feels equal parts
It has a bit
Pokemon
of like
and
Wait, it had monster
capture
taming?
monster feel. Yeah, it has monster taming.
Oh,
Kingdom
interesting.
Hearts. Happily, Ni no Kuni Wrath of the White Witch is no longer sequestered
Yeah,
to
like
just
you can
the
buy
PS3,
monster
and
taming
you
with
can play
like
it pretty
some
much anywhere you can play games right now.
typical JRPG like party members and such. But overall, it's like it's like a solid game overall.
Huh. Lost Odyssey. What do you have to say
Oh
about
my
this?
god. Okay. This person actually pulled out some like actual like bangers. So for context, Lost Odyssey was made by Mistwalker. They are composed of people who used to work for both Square and Enix, and also Square Enix. So it's full of a bunch of former developers from them, and they pretty much went like, "Hey, what should we do as this new company? Like, how should we advertise ourselves?" They're like, okay, let's make a lot of cool JRPGs with like an interesting premise and release them all on the Xbox 360. You know, the console that's totally popular in Japan, yeah,
Yeah.
and whatnot. But Lost Odyssey, one of their bangers. I actually like that game. The premise is cool. Basically, all the characters are immortal. Like they can't die.
Oh.
And you actually play through like their mini lives because they actually lose their memories as they like age and shit. So they actually start adopting like new identities and such. And you're pretty much going through like this kind of this odyssey of sorts. Like you're going through this pilgrimage of these like immortal beings, and they slowly start like they're trying to maintain their humanity as like the years go by, as like thousands go by, millions and such. And overall, it's an interesting premise. I do like it.
And Crash later. Thank you so much for dropping by, Jake Baker. Have a great night. Lost Odyssey. So it's literally just the name. So they're
Mhm.
just forgetting everything and they're trying to remember everything.
Pretty much.
So it's just a never-ending quest. It's like
Yeah, pretty much.
immortal old people with Alzheimer's.
You fucking
Oh my
nailed it. That's
goodness!
literally what it is.
Like
Oh my
that's what the
god.
game is. Oh my
Yeah.
god!
Like it does have like some cool JRPG shit. Like it has like the cool like Final Fantasy 13 cinematics that people like praised when it came out and whatnot. But other than that, like the premise itself is really interesting. I did like it quite a lot.
What? I just get wait how like do the characters age at all? So are they like kids forever
Oh,
or
they're like young
what's that about?
adults, like maybe in their mid 20s to 30s, and they just kind of remain that age.
Okay, makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Anything else? Anything else of note?
Mm, not really. I just know about other Mistwalker games, and that's pretty much it. For Lost Odyssey, I think I already exhausted most of my information from it.
All right. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what they have to say about it. Oh, Microsoft Game Studios. Okay.
Lost Odyssey revolves around Kaim, an immortal who's lost the memories of his well-worn life and the pain of regaining those memories in a world beset by war and change. Written by the father of Final Fantasy Hironobu Sakaguchi and developed by his Mistwalker studio, you can expect all the common refrains: solid turn-based RPG combat, stunning cinematics, and beautiful music courtesy of longtime collaborator Nobuo Uematsu. There's also tons of in-game novellas that recount Kaim's lost memories, all elegantly penned by author Kiyoshi Shigematsu. This amalgamation of traditional JRPG games.
Hey yo! This is
Yeah.
illegal. What is this here? Oh my goodness! Like people say this is too extreme for games nowadays.
Yeah, like Ari, I need to tell you this. This came out during the early 2000s where JRPGs literally did not give a shit. They're just like, yeah, kind of realistic looking women, give her the fat ass tits and some really nice clothing with it.
The crazy thing is, this was made by Microsoft of all things. Can you believe it?
Yeah.
Microsoft actually made like a game like this. What
Yeah, it is
happened?
unbelievable.
What happened, Microsoft?
Honestly,
You used to be cool.
yeah. I don't know what happened, dude. They really lost their edge, like literally.
The entire Western game industry really did.
Gameplay, sweeping music, and
For
novellas come
real.
together to create
Like,
something
I
truly
can't even think of the
spectacular.
last time I actually have seen a well endowed like female character or like a guy character who's actually quite muscular and he's not like whining all the time about toxic masculinity. And when I can't
Oh
even
my
think of the
god.
last time I can think of that. Like it's really sad.
That's really sad. I was literally about to say that. It's so sad that you can't remember.
Mm-hmm.
And Cortana. I heard the new Halo game was terrible.
It is. Like I'm really sad about it. They even make Cortana so fucking unlikable. Like she's legitimately the most unlikable version of the character. Like I'm really sad
Yeah,
about that.
there are so many complaints about every little thing that they did about it. Even something as simple as like switching your seats in the Warthog.
For real. Oh wait, Ari, have you heard of
You
the
saw that, right?
they yeah, I have seen it. Like have you heard of the Halo 1 remake again? Like they just remade it again?
Yeah, the campaign evolved.
Yeah. So I was laughing at the fact that there's a literal side mission where there's this like this ship called the Covenant of Tolerance. And
Oh, I heard about that. Go on.
yeah, that's what I was talking about. I remember seeing that and I'm like, bruh, this ain't no way real.
Oh my god. Wasn't it all about like that really annoying woman soldier?
Yeah, pretty much. Like she supposedly did like a heroic sacrifice in the Covenant of Tolerance
Like, it's so
and
funny to
whatnot.
hear that from an alien cult that has absolutely
Mm-hmm.
no tolerance.
Yeah, like isn't the Covenant known for being like super racist? Like, isn't that their whole
Yeah,
deal?
it's basically an intergalactic dictatorship. So the fact that
Yeah.
they named something after tolerance is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, but like you had humans raid the ship and destroy it. So
Mm-hmm.
the irony is that they're destroying the tolerance.
Bro, the aliens are just have enough. They're like, nah, fuck humans, man. We're gonna be racist towards them now.
Yeah. Like this is what started the war with the alien race, by the way. Like the aliens came in peace. They were like trying to peacefully induct us into their cult. And then we were like, we're just gonna destroy your tolerance. And they're like, yeah, now that you destroyed our tolerance, you destroyed the profit of tolerance. Yeah, we don't have to worry about that anymore. Like that guy was like holding us back. So now we're just gonna glass all your planets.
Yeah, brother.
Just how hilarious if that's like the interpretation we were supposed to get. Like they were supposed to they mixed up their message so badly that instead of showing like some sort of peaceful diversity thing, they actually showed like a completely opposite thing.
Yeah, like there's no point in tolerance. Just go full on hatred. Essentially, they just
Yep,
stomp over like your gesture of tolerance and shit. Yeah, like that makes sense. I like that interpretation, Ari. Thank you. Or
I love
Ida, my
that
bad.
too. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness, I love it. That's not what they were going for.
Mm-hmm. For real.
It's a shame none of that was fully appreciated back when it launched. Lost Odyssey is a victim of circumstance. It's a JRPG meant for an audience interested in a mature story. Not the Gears of War hyper-violent type of mature that was the zeitgeist of the Xbox 360 era, but one that resonates with the human experience. Sadly, it did not find that audience when it launched in 2007, and so, today, it's a fondly remembered cult classic rather than the first in a successful series.
Yeah, like that's the sad thing about being a JRPG in the Xbox 360. No, ain't no one in the Xbox 360 era play a JRPG.
All right, I think I'm gonna have to end it here.
Oh, okay.
It's getting super late. I at least we got five of
Yeah.
them down.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's like late in my end too.
We're only 7 minutes in. Oh, don't worry. Next time we'll do another 7 minutes in.
Totally, totally.
All right. Thank you so much for joining me, Mizu. It was very enlightening to hear your takes on these games.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Like when it comes to JRPGs, I just been a huge fan of it since like I'm very young and I just practically grew up with the genre and such. So I got to play like all kinds of like random shit and discover all kinds of random things as well. So because of that, it's kind of this like a genre that I just love with a huge passion and everything. So like yeah, I do appreciate you like just giving me the opportunity to like, pop by your stream and like just kind of talk about it with you and everything.
Absolutely. I enjoy listening to you rambling. It's always interesting.
Yeah, I thank you for that. It's like when you and Glex talk as well. I just enjoy listening to it as well. Like, sure, I don't really say much, but like I find it very interesting and entertaining to the point where I'm like, huh, I never really thought of it like that, sort of thing. So yeah.
It's always good to get another perspective on all sorts of things.
For real, for real.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a good night. I'm about to end
I
stream
hope
right
you have a
here.
good
But yeah.
night as well.
All right. Bye.
All right, bye bye.
Oh yeah. that'll be it for today. We'll continue the rest of the video. Probably another time. But yeah, that'll be fun to do with Mizu. And yeah, that'll be it. I recommend a raid to Mizuta Maribiti. Oh. It's about our official presentation of the localization of Uma Musume. No! Why would they localize Uma Musume? That actually sounds horrible. Wait, are they translating it to English? Because if that's the case, I don't know if I would like that. No worries, I am down to do that anytime. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Like that. Well, it would be very concerning if people were like, if they were like trying to like translate Uma Musume for like English audience. Like we already know that country rulers just can't be trusted with translations anymore. But don't worry, if they do muck it up, at least we'll still have the Japanese. Alright, let me see. Raid. I'll search. Let's see. Mizuta Maribiti. Alright. Let's go ahead, do the raid. Here's the raid message. And tomorrow my brother Gleck should be on. Like he really shouldn't have like much of an excuse for tomorrow. Yesterday was really bad timing. My sister and her children actually dropped by, and it was extremely loud. It was extremely loud. I was helping my mom and my sister make like platos and everything, and my brother was stuck kind of like taking care of the kids, watching over them and all that. But yeah, there really shouldn't be that much of a problem for tomorrow. But yeah, I'll be back on next Thursday, probably doing some Pokemon. And yeah, that'll be it. Hope you all have a great night. Let me go ahead and get the raid started. That'll be it. Hope you all have a great night. Stay safe, and I'll see you guys next time, alright? Have a good night. Bye.